Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Gracious God of infinite goodness, confirm your past mercies by empowering us to be faithful to your commands. Lord, help our lawmakers this day to use their understanding, time, and talents to do what you desire. May our senators desire to please you with faithful service as you rule their hearts, guiding their thoughts, words, and works. Enable them to fulfill their duty to love you with all their heart, mind, and strength. Take possession of their desires and order their steps by the power of your loving providence. Pour down your blessings upon them, that they may ever promote liberty, justice, and faith. We pray in your wonderful name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved, morning business is closed, and under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the motion to proceed to H.R. 5334, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 454, H.R. 5334, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
I come to the floor today as a member of the Senate Finance Committee, which has jurisdiction over Social Security, and to remind everybody, because everybody knows, or better know, the Social Security Primary Trust Fund will be depleted in just 6 years. As a result, come late 2032, the program will only have enough income from the payroll taxes to pay 78% of benefits dues. That surplus that has built up since a Republican President Trump and a Democrat then Speaker Tip O'Neill sat down and said, we can't let anything bad happen to Social Security. So they put a plan together that passed almost unanimously in this United States Senate. I presume those two gentlemen, bipartisan they were, that they thought it may only extend the program for 20 years or something, but as we see now, they had a plan that built up a surplus for the next 50 years, and that runs out 2032. In other words, to emphasize, unless Congress acts quickly, retirees will see a 22% cut in their benefits, about the same as what Reagan and O'Neill saw happening in 1983. So this statistic alone should motivate the Congress to act expeditiously to ensure no disruption of benefits occur. Unfortunately, Congress has a tendency to put off action until too late and at the last moment. This is never the best approach, but with respect to addressing Social Security funding shortfall, it poses serious risks not only to the tens of millions of retirees, but also a risk to the national economy. At a recent Mercatus Center, that paper and the documents with it waiting until the last minute to ask to act on Social Security puts this vital program on a collision course with the nation's growing fiscal crisis. The longer Congress waits to act, the more likely it is that any solution to Social Security will lean heavily on debt financing to bridge the funding gap, and that's how it's tied to the entire national economy. So come 2032, the nation will already have outstanding debt larger than any time in the nation's history relative to the size of our economy, flooding the bond market with trillions of dollars in new debt in short order, then risks setting off a chain of events leading to a fiscal crisis. Bond markets are likely to demand higher interest rates to absorb all the national debt. In other words, Congress needs to act in the same way that Reagan and Tip O'Neill acted in a bipartisan fashion in 1983 to preserve Social Security. A bigger problem faces us today, and we should have a bipartisan agreement in this town, including a president who wants to get us on a Social Security on a financially sound basis. I yield the floor, suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, yesterday we said goodbye to our friend and colleague, Lindsey Graham. But though we said farewell, Lindsey's work continues. Last night, we began consideration of the bill to which he devoted so much of his time and energy over the last year. He had worked on it with world leaders and members of both parties here in Congress. And he was working on it on the day he died. That bill is now known as the Lindsey Graham Sanctioning Russia and Iran Act. And it will give the President important tools to hopefully end the war between Russia and Ukraine and bring peace where there has been war for too long. Mr. President, Russia invaded Ukraine 4.5 years ago. Back then, many believed Ukraine would fall in less than a week. But Ukraine has denied the Russians the quick victory that they had expected. Mr. President, this war continues because Vladimir Putin wants it to continue. Over the course of the war, Russia has suffered some 1.4 million casualties. By one estimate, Russian casualties are now at 30,000 per month. Ukraine has slowed Russia's advance. They've gone on the offensive within Russia's borders. And with the war reportedly taking up a significant share of Russia's budget, Putin is seeking to quash the opposition to it in his own country. But the war continues, as I said, because Putin wants it to continue. And because he is able to keep it going. Mr. President, Russia funds its war effort in no small part through oil and gas sales facilitated by its so-called shadow fleet of ships flying under false flags. What the Graham-Russia sanctions bill does is go after that source of funding. It gives the President authority to levy tariffs of up to 100% against the largest purchasers of Russian energy, of which China is the largest. You might recall that before the Russian invasion in 2022, the leaders of China and Russia declared a no-limits partnership between their two countries. Today, that partnership is most evident in China's financing of the war by purchasing Russian oil and gas. Mr. President, this bill doesn't stop with the purchasers, of Russian energy, however. It also sanctions the government officials, private individuals, and banks and other enterprises that facilitate the sale of Russian gas and oil. In short, it takes direct aim at a key source of funding for Russia's war effort, because this war will not end until Putin is forced to come to the negotiating table in a real way. Mr. President, this bill is about denying Putin the ability to continue to prolong this war. President Trump has made his commitment to ending this war and bringing peace to Ukraine very clear. This bill will help him do that. Mr. President, they say you can know a man by the enemies that he's made. Lindsey Graham didn't have many fans in the Kremlin, nor was he liked in Tehran or Beijing, for that matter. I don't think this bill has many supporters in those places either, Mr. President. This is a bill that aims to shut off a key source of strength for Russia's war effort. It targets China's source of cheap energy, and it ensures the President can continue putting maximum economic pressure on Iran as well by extending for another 5 years the legislation that underpins many of the sanctions that are in place against the Iranian regime. Mr. President, we may have said farewell to Lindsey yesterday, but his work goes on. He believed in America, and he saw its promise in the hopes of the men and women around the world who want their own democracy and freedom in their homelands. There was no greater friend to freedom-loving people than Lindsey Graham. And this bill is a part of that legacy, a legacy that will echo for many years to come. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Ossobrooks.
Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday the Senate honored the life of our dear friend, Lindsey Graham. It's a remarkable gathering of people from around the world, people who came to honor a man who really has done so very much for this body, for his home state of South Carolina, and for the nation. I believe that today it is time to honor this tremendous legacy as well, right here with a vote on the floor of the United States Senate. I think the way to do that is to pass the Lindsey O. Graham Sanctioning Russia Act. It truly is a peace through strength bill. No tribute, I think, would be more fitting to our friend Lindsey or be more forceful. This bill strengthens America's national security while pressuring our adversaries to pursue peace. And that's what Lindsey was doing, pursuing peace. This sanctions bill is a historic piece of legislation. They target Russia's largest oil importers, target Russia's leadership, target Russia's so-called shadow fleet. Russia uses that shadow fleet to evade sanctions on its illegal oil. Most importantly, Mr. President, it targets other nations that buy Russian oil, that buy Russian natural gas, that buy Russian uranium. This is the way Russia is financing its brutal, killing war in Ukraine. The penalties are swift. The penalties are severe. We know that energy is a cash cow of Putin's war machine. It is also Russia's Achilles heel. Cut it off, and Russia cannot continue to fight. Russia's biggest customer, we know, is communist China. Next is India, and they're going to be hit hard by this. This is the way to cripple Russia's war machine. Allies of Ukraine can qualify for exemptions. Those exemptions come from taking serious steps to end their own dependency on Russian energy products. Mr. President, for many years, and you and I have talked about this, Europe has spent more money on Russian energy than it has sent in aid to Ukraine. Mr. President, you're a warrior. You know this. You're from an energy state. You know these things are critically important, and they are true. This needs to change. Of course, Russia isn't fighting Ukraine alone. It's Putin's war of aggression. It's Iran partnering with Russia. Iran has supplied Russia with drones, with missiles, with munitions. Russia has used these weapons to kill Iranian civilians and to destroy Ukrainian infrastructure. In return, Russia has shared with Iran, we know what they've shared with their regime, technology, intelligence, military support, all of those things. Iran has used this support to attack American troops. And you've worn the uniform, you've borne the battle, and we've seen these attacks on American troops and hold the area in terms of how Iran holds the Straits of Hormuz hostage. It's continuing today, attacks yesterday. Russia and Iran both employ a shadow fleet of illegal oil tankers. They share sanctions evading networks. They sell oil to many of the same buyers. They're all working together against us, against freedom-loving people. They both fund murder, they fund terrorism, and they do it with revenue from their energy products. That's why Iran has rightfully been added to this sanctions bill. Lindsey started it about Russia, and now we have added Iran with President Trump's guidance. Together, Russia and Iran have built an axis of aggression, and we know where the aggression is headed. Sanctioning those who buy oil from Russia and Iran disrupts this entire axis all at once. Passing this bill will make our country safer, and it makes our adversaries weaker. Senator Graham visited Ukraine shortly before he died. Lindsey was a friend of freedom in Ukraine. He never stopped working to build support for their cause. Lindsey succeeded. This is a bill that has united a broad coalition of United States senators. The motion yesterday to proceed to the bill, over 80 senators voted positively, voted for this motion, and I'm one of the many co-sponsors. Now it's time to pass this bill. Now it's time to push for peace. Today, Russia is the point of maximum weakness, and so is Iran. Critical pieces of Russia's energy infrastructure are today in shambles. A significant portion of its oil refining capacity is no longer operable. Energy shortages are being felt all across Russia today. At the same time, Iran's military has been severely degraded. Both Russia and Iran still refuse to accept plans for lasting peace. Russia and Iran respond only to strength, not to statements. It is time for the Senate to act, and act decisively, and to work toward lasting peace. Mr. President, today is the day to pass the Lindsey Graham sanctions bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a quorum call?
Yes.
I'd like to initiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'd like to echo and reinforce the words of my good friend, Senator Barrasso, the Majority Whip, senator from Wyoming, who's doing a great job, about yesterday and the beautiful service that we had here in the Capitol and at the National Cathedral in honor of my very good friend and Senate colleague, Senator Lindsey Graham. And, you know, the eulogies were great. It was a beautiful service. He was, as I mentioned, a dear friend, colleague, a patriot, a veteran, a staunch advocate for his state, South Carolina, a staunch advocate for the Senate, and a staunch advocate for a strong America. As Senator Barrasso just said, peace through strength, in the sense of American freedom, not just at home, but abroad. He was one of a kind, witty, brilliant, certainly, Mr. President, as you know, one of our nation's most important and influential senators. He had a great sense of humor. He loved to laugh. And a lot of us here on the Senate floor are talking about his legacy and what we should be doing to honor that legacy. Well, I think one of the things we should be doing, and we're doing it right now, and it's great, is this sanctions bill against Russia, against Iran. And Senator Graham has been leading the efforts on this sanctions bill for a couple years now. And we're passing it here in the Senate in overwhelming bipartisan fashion. Over 80 senators voted to get on the bill last night. I know Lindsey's looking down from heaven, very proud. He made this happen. And I was honored to be an original co-sponsor of this bill from the very, very beginning, working with him on these issues. And we got more to do. I have a very analogous sanctions bill with regard to China and Taiwan that Senator Graham was a lead co-sponsor of my bill. That's coming next, Mr. President. But it is about honoring him, and this is a bipartisan win. But I think there's another way we need to honor Senator Graham, and it's not happening, and it's kind of a new thing. Got the minority whip coming to the floor, and I hope he can maybe respond to this. But it's a new thing, Mr. President, that I've never seen actually in my career, and we need to change it. And what that is getting on the National Defense Authorization Act to start debating it and working on a defense supplemental because we need it. Now, we're talking about honoring Lindsey Graham. I know Lindsey Graham really, really well, knew Lindsey Graham really, really well. I guarantee you Lindsey Graham would be on the Senate floor right now saying, wait, we're moving our sanctions bill forward? Great. Bipartisan? Great. What about the NDAA? The National Defense Authorization Act that funds our military, pay raises for our troops, came out of the Armed Services Committee in a big bipartisan vote, and then came to the Senate floor, screeching halt, because the minority leader blocked it. By the way, I've been in the Senate almost 12 years. I've never seen that happen in my entire career. The bill that funds our military, that lays out the strategy and top-line number for our military during a dangerous time, is blocked by the Senate Democrats. Lindsey Graham would be on the floor raising hell about that. I've never seen it happen. And I've never had anyone on the other side of the aisle explain to me, why are you blocking the bill that came out of committee in a strong bipartisan way during these dangerous times? You're blocking the bill to fund our military, to take care of our troops? Unprecedented, Mr. President. So if we want to honor Lindsey Graham, which we all do, let's not just vote for the sanctions bill, but let's get on the NDAA and start debating it. I haven't heard one Democrat senator give a reason why they're blocking it. I've never seen this happen. Mr. President, this is new territory. Let me give you another one that I know Lindsey Graham would be on the floor right now advocating with me on. We need a defense supplemental. Okay, when President Biden was president and Senator Schumer was majority leader, the Biden White House sent over a defense supplemental on Ukraine. Now, senators like myself, Senator Graham, others, we said, all right, we'll look at that. We'll work on that. We'll improve it. We'll make it better. We think it's important for the national defense of our nation, which it was. We put a lot in there for the defense industrial base, which we did. We beefed up stuff relating to China and Taiwan, which made it a better bill. We beefed up elements of that bill to make it stronger with regard to Israel and Iran, made it a better bill, and then we worked on it together. We made it a stronger bill, and then senators like myself and Senator Graham whipped other Republicans to get it passed. And we got it passed. It was a bipartisan defense supplemental, primarily for Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan, and our defense industrial base. Now we need a defense industrial base supplemental for us, for America, for our troops, for our munitions. A couple years ago, when the Biden administration with Senator Schumer in the majority, that happened, and a number of us, myself and Senator Graham, were like, all right, we'll roll up our sleeves and work with you guys. What's happening on the defense supplemental now? No cooperation. No one on the other side of the aisle wants to help our troops, wants to help our munitions. Mr. President, this is new territory. I've been here 2 terms, and on defense issues with Senator Graham, and by the way, many other great senators on the other side of the aisle, we have always locked arms, said we're going to move forward on the NDAA. We're going to move forward on a defense supplemental if our troops need it. And what's happening right now is new. It's different, and I think it's really bad for the country. And you know who would be down on the Senate floor right now with me, making the same arguments that I am? Senator Graham would be. So let's keep talking about honoring Senator Graham. I love that guy. I'm going to miss him every day. Such a great leader, so important to the Senate. My view, probably the most important senator here, given his work, given his relationship with the president. But let's not say we're going to honor Senator Graham and then we're going to block the NDAA. Lindsey Graham wouldn't be doing that. And we're going to not engage at all with the Trump administration on a defense supplemental that our Department of Defense needs. We didn't do that. When you guys were in the majority and President Biden was president, we rolled up our sleeves and got to work to benefit the national security of our nation, which is what Lindsey Graham was always about. So let's honor Lindsey Graham. Let's have a strong vote on the sanctions bill that's named after him. But to my Democratic colleagues, you want to honor Lindsey Graham? Then let's start debating the NDAA. Quit blocking it. I've never seen that before in my entire time here. That doesn't help anything. All it does is undermine our national security and our troops. You're doing that. Lindsey wouldn't be for that. And let's start engaging on a defense supplemental. We need it. We did it when you were in the majority. We did it when Biden was in the White House. And a lot of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know that what they're doing is wrong, and I still haven't heard a good explanation. I know the far left is driving the energy of the party on the Democratic side right now, and they don't like the military, and they don't like supporting our troops. I know that. But the vast majority of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I know them. Let's get going on the NDAA. Let's get going on the defense supplemental bill. That's exactly what Senator Graham would be arguing today. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the Democrat whip.
We start with this little document called the United States Constitution. Every one of us is sworn to uphold and defend this document. And we go to Article 1, the first article in the Constitution, Section 8, and it spells out with clarity who declares war under this Constitution: the Congress of the United States. We're now engaged in a war in Iran. Did the Congress declare war on Iran? No. Did the President even ask Congress to declare war on Iran? No. Well, were there public hearings in Congress about this decision to invade Iran, to attack Iran? No. Did this President of the United States go to the allies of the United States, like the NATO allies, to discuss the invasion of Iran? No. This president decided that we would go to war on his own, strictly on his own, without regard for what the Constitution requires. Now, I'm glad to concede that there have been many presidents who've gone to war under similar circumstances, but almost without exception, they at least took the case to the American people directly or through Congress. This president did not. So where are we today? $88 billion. That's how much has been spent so far in Iran. We're in the 5th month of the first year of a never-ending war that this president promised over and over again at his rallies would never, ever, ever happen under his watch. Now we have the senator from Alaska coming to the floor, raising questions about why we aren't moving on certain items. It's because there has been no involvement in the decision process that led up to these. Do you know what the increase is in defense spending? The increase in defense spending for next year? 40% of the Department of Defense budget. 40%. Why? We have an $88 billion war going on in Iran. There are those of us who have serious doubts that that is the right thing to do. We look at the Straits of Hormuz. Before we invaded Iran, they were open for the transport of energy, oil, and fertilizers. Now they are virtually closed because of President Trump's decision to invade Iran. Does it have any impact on you personally? Filled your gas tank lately? Do you know what's going on there? The cost of gasoline is going through the roof because of the invasion of Iran and the decision to move forward. So you can tell from my comments here that I have serious doubts that we're doing the right thing in Iran. I'm not going to be a defender of Iran. I've called for sanctions on that country over and over again for their misconduct. But to sit here and argue that we are somehow shirking our constitutional and congressional responsibility by not funding this war is to ignore the obvious. This was the president's decision to go forward with this war. My advice to him, over many years that I've served in Congress, it is easier to start a war than it is to end it. And we're learning that right now. The Straits of Hormuz are still at risk, and other parts of the world are at risk because of that decision. It's not the right decision. Let me also say a word about Lindsey Graham. Lindsey was my friend, on some issues my ally. He did things for me which I thought were politically risky, but to help, for example, to pass the DREAM Act. It was Lindsey Graham who was the sole Republican who would co-sponsor my bipartisan DREAM Act each year. I respect him so much for doing it. It was a political risk for him to do it. But either for me personally, God bless him, or for the thousands of young people who were facing deportation, he stuck his neck out for me. That's why I went to the service yesterday in respect to this man. I do respect him. We didn't agree on everything, particularly when it came to issues of war. There are serious differences, but there are many things that united us. The gentleman from Alaska raises the question of what would Lindsey do. I'm sure we can come up with our own interpretation. Now here's the bottom line moving forward. We have got to reach a bipartisan agreement on how to fund this government after September 30th, when this particular Congress ends and a new, budget ends and a new budget starts. I want to do that. Senator Murray wants to do it. I think Senator Collins would like to do it. But now we have to do it together on a bipartisan basis. We come to an agreement on the top line of how to reach a budget, and then we start setting out on appropriation bills. I've been fortunate to serve in the Appropriations Committee in the House and the Senate. I've seen some extraordinary bipartisan good work. We can have it again, but we've got to sit down and in good faith start working toward a conclusion. A conclusion that gives 40% increase to the Department of Defense and 0 increase to the rest of the government is a mistake. It's a serious mistake. We have important things that need to be done to help families that are struggling with the cost of living. And so to the senator from Alaska, I just disagree with you on the premise. We can and should work on a bipartisan basis, and it needs to start with next year's budget. Mr. President, last month, the Supreme Court paved the way for the Trump administration to end a program called Temporary Protected Status Designation without any judicial review. The Supreme Court's conservative supermajority has supercharged President Trump's mass deportation campaign, with devastating consequences for temporary protected status holders and the American communities who rely on them. Temporary protected status under American law was intended to prevent the deportation of immigrants to countries where it's not safe to return. Countries where it's not safe to return. By law, a TPS designation can only be made or extended in increments of 6, 12, or 18 months. It is truly temporary in nature. Ahead of every TPS expiration, the Secretary of State must reassess the conditions in the countries and decide whether to renew the designation or let it end. To take one example, there is no question that Haiti is unsafe. The Department of State, our Department of State, has issued a level 4 travel advisory telling Americans it is unsafe to travel to Haiti due to the risk of crime, kidnapping, terrorism, and civil unrest. That's the official statement of the Department of State of the Trump administration. So why has the Trump administration terminated TPS for Haiti and many other countries where it's not safe to return? Some of my Republican colleagues who claim that TPS for countries like Haiti must end simply because it's the nature of the program, that it's temporary. Here's the thing. Since 1990, 36 years ago, when TPS was established, there have been 30 TPS designations. Even before the Trump administration, at least 10 of them to countries like Angola, Rwanda, and Sierra Leone had their designations made and then officially terminated. They were temporary. In some cases, like Haiti, conditions have never been safe enough to justify a termination. Haitian TPS holders have bought homes in the United States, started American families, and become part of our community. Members on both sides of the aisle oppose deporting these Haitian immigrants. In fact, our former Senate colleague and my friend, Republican Mike DeWine, now the Republican governor of Ohio, called the Trump administration's decision to terminate Haiti's TPS, quote, a mistake and a job killer that is, quote, not in the best interest of the United States nor Ohio. Let me say parenthetically, Mike DeWine is my friend. We're opposite political parties. We served together in the Senate. It was Mike who encouraged me to join him and his wife when they visited Haiti, and I saw it for the first time. It opened my eyes to the poverty and danger of that island country. The Trump-Mullen administration has ignored the comments of Governor DeWine and others. Instead, ICE is preparing to target Haitian immigrants for arrest and deportation as early as this week. Immigrants who've been lawfully present in the United States for years now risk being deported. This is all so that Donald Trump and his trusted advisor, Stephen Miller, can meet their 2,000 arrests a day quota. They are not looking for the worst of the worst with these Haitians. They are not looking for terrorists, murderers, sexual predators, human traffickers. It's just whether they're Haitian or not Haitian. It is time for Congress to give these long-term residents the security that they deserve. That's why I'm calling for the passage of the Secure Act, legislation that will provide certainty for these individuals and their communities by giving the ability to apply for legal permanent residency. Later today, my friend and colleague, Senator Van Hollen of Maryland, will ask for unanimous consent to pass this bill. I join him and appeal to my colleagues in the name of humanity. For God's sake, don't send these people back to an island which we have already declared is too dangerous for any American to visit. Let them stay safe with their children and families here in the United States until things have improved in Haiti. If they are a threat in any way to any person in America, they need to leave. But if they are leading good lives, doing the best they can for them and their families, give them a chance. It is not too much to ask, and to deport them into this dangerous situation is not consistent with the basic values of America. Mr. President, I ask that the following statement on unrelated topics be placed in a record, and I yield the floor and suggest the absence of quorum.
Without objection and without objection. And the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We're in a quorum call.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in a few minutes, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to pass the Secure Act to ensure that we don't force individuals who've been legally residing in the United States under temporary protective status, some for as many as 27 years, to return to countries where they will face danger, and instead to provide them with a secure path toward lawful permanent residence. The need for Congress to do this, to take this step, has never been more urgent, because just over a month ago, the Trump-packed Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, allowed the administration to move forward with terminating temporary protective status for hundreds of thousands of individuals who originally came to the United States from Haiti and Syria, and to force them back to countries where their lives would be at risk. That decision puts them and other TPS holders at risk of deportation to countries where violence, instability, and humanitarian crises continue to threaten their lives. There are already reports that ICE is planning to target Haitian TPS holders for deportation as soon as this week, which would force hundreds of thousands of people to return to a country that our State Department warns is unsafe for travel. In other words, the Trump administration would force people back to a country where the State Department says, don't go there because it's unsafe. The Trump administration has also moved to lift lower court orders preventing the termination of TPS for other countries as well, putting thousands more lives at risk. In other words, these lower courts have said they've paused the ability for the administration to deport people on TPS, but the administration is moving to deport them anyway. In 1990, members of Congress from both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, came together to create the TPS program because we all agreed that keeping our neighbors safe should not be a partisan issue. When conditions in another country make it unsafe for people to return, America should not force those people back into harm's way. And for over 3 decades, that bipartisan principle has guided the TPS program. I think we all recall the Trump administration, at least the president, promised that they were going to target the, quote, worst of the worst. But that's not what they've been doing. Instead, it has targeted people, in the case of TPS recipients, with lawful status, targeting people who are here legally. TPS recipients are people who have already been determined that it would be dangerous to force them to return to their countries of origin. They are here legally, and the TPS eligibility requirements are very strict. Recipients undergo repeated vetting and background checks. They work, they pay taxes, raise families, start businesses, and contribute every day to communities across this country. Many have lived here for years, others for decades. They become part of the fabric of our communities. And yet the Trump administration's actions and recent reckless Supreme Court decisions place all of that at risk. The administration terminated work permits for Haitian and Syrian TPS holders on Monday. So people who had been legally here, had work permits, they've been terminated. And for those who also applied for asylum, the administration's new policy announced just this week would funnel their pending asylum claims directly into deportation proceedings without ever receiving a hearing. So even people who could show individual cause of certain harm or danger could be deported under these new procedures. It's all part of the same effort to strip legal protections from people who have followed the rules. Due to our country's broken immigration system, the TPS program is the only legal pathway for many to remain in the United States and keep out of harm's way. And the court's decision is tearing up that pathway for many TPS holders, even as the facts on the ground are clear. As I said, if you go to the State Department website, it says, and I quote, "Do not travel to Haiti," unquote. There are warning signs on that website of violent crime, gang activity, kidnappings, and widespread instability. In the case of Syria, Syria continues to face armed conflict, terrorism, and an ongoing humanitarian crisis. The State Department warns, and I quote, it's from our State Department, "Do not travel to Syria for any reason." That's what the State Department says, and yet the President and the Trump administration want to force people to go to Syria. In other words, the same conditions that led the United States to grant these individuals TPS in the first place remain true, and yet the Trump administration wants to send them to these countries. So the State Department warns against travel, but wants us to believe that it's safe for TPS recipients to be forced to return. What has changed is this administration's determination to dismantle basic humanitarian protections that have been part of our bipartisan tradition in order to enact their mass deportation agenda. And now this Supreme Court has rubber-stamped this administration's ongoing reckless efforts to gut the TPS program so they can terminate countries' designations across the board to advance that mass deportation agenda. The Trump rubber-stamped Supreme Court on a 6-3 decision made the decision that rather than follow the letter of the law as Congress enacted it, the Department of Homeland Security can do whatever it wants and free from judicial scrutiny. As Justice Kagan wrote in her dissent, she was one of 3 justices dissenting from that Supreme Court decision, she said, quote, "After today, a secretary can announce to the world that she didn't consult with anyone. Moreover, that she didn't evaluate country conditions at all before making, extending, or terminating a TPS designation. And the courts will be powerless to intervene, even though Congress loaded up the TPS statute with requirements about the altogether different way the secretary is supposed to make her decision," end quote. In other words, Justice Kagan pointed out the statute does make clear there should be a determination about whether or not an action taken to terminate TPS would in fact lead to harm. And Congress should not just sit back and allow this to happen. Decisions affecting hundreds of thousands of lives should be based on careful consideration of conditions on the ground, not political ideology or predetermined outcomes. This decision makes one thing unmistakably clear, that we, the Congress, should act to reaffirm what was clearly our intent when we passed the TPS statutes to begin with. And for years, TPS recipients have lived in constant uncertainty, and every extension brings another deadline. Every new administration brings another question about the lives they have built here will disappear with the stroke of a pen. This is no way to treat people who have been here legally and have contributed much to our country. That is why we should pass the Secure Act, legislation that provides qualified TPS and deferred enforced departure recipients with a pathway to legal permanent residence after years of continuous presence in the United States. It protects applicants while their cases are pending and shields eligible individuals from deportation during the application process. It provides work authorization and travel authorization. It also protects applicants' information from being used for immigration enforcement except in limited circumstances, and it increases transparency, which I would hope we would all support, by requiring the Department of Homeland Security to explain and justify future decisions to terminate TPS designations, something that they have failed to do. Most importantly, it provides the certainty these families deserve after years, in many cases decades, of living here legally in the United States. Mr. President, we've long used TPS to provide refuge to people who would otherwise face extraordinary danger if forced to return to their countries of origin. And they have sought safety and stability here. They have built new lives in our country and made lasting contributions to our communities. And the Secure Act recognizes that reality. As I said, we should not be forcing these individuals back to countries where our own State Department has determined it would be dangerous to go. The Supreme Court decision does not have to be the end of the story. We can write the end of the story, and it's our responsibility as a Congress to preserve that bipartisan congressional intent from back in 1990. And we must provide that certainty that these individuals deserve. So, Mr. President, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged and that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-2106. I further ask consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I object to this mass amnesty bill. Last week, Democrats asked the Senate to extend Haitian temporary protected status. Today, they've dropped the quotation marks. Instead of extending temporary status, this legislation would convert temporary status into permanent status. Green cards, permanent settlement. At least the bill last week continued the same old Washington lie. Today, Democrats finally admit what this scheme was always designed to be. Temporary was always meant to be permanent. It's the final stage of the scam. But that's how Democrats do mass amnesty. First, they declare an emergency. Then they import hundreds of thousands of people. They then extend the program over and over and over. Then they unleash activist lawyers against anyone who tries to enforce the deadline. And when the American people finally elect a president to end this chaos, to end this abuse, Democrats demand mass amnesty. And when the American people finally elect a president who enforces the law, Democrats change the law and hand out green cards. That's what this bill does. It turns a program created for temporary emergencies into a pipeline for green cards and citizenship. Not only for people who have temporary status, not only for people who once had TPS, this bill reaches beyond our borders and allows people who were already removed from this country to apply for permanent residency from abroad. Think about how crazy that is. The law was enforced, the alien was removed, the case was closed. Yet Democrats want to erase the removal, reopen the border, and bring that person back with a green card. Under the radical new Democratic immigration platform, deportation isn't deportation. It's merely an inconvenience before a green card arrives. This bill does not merely reward those who broke our laws and remained in our country. It reaches around the entire globe to reverse deportations and to restart mass migration. But even that is not enough. This bill also creates an ICE blackout. Information provided in these applications can't be used for immigration enforcement. The bill even threatens penalties against law enforcement who improperly use the information. So Democrats want the information we have about foreigners to be placed behind a legal shield so it cannot be used to enforce immigration law. Republicans want to handcuff illegal criminals. Democrats want to handcuff law enforcement officers so they can't do their jobs. They're not hiding the choice anymore. They will punish the officer before they punish the illegal alien. Why are legal aliens more important to them now than protecting American citizens? Oh, but it doesn't stop there. This bill ensures that any president, any future president, can't end TPS. So what's missing from the bill? Americans. American citizens. And the impact mass migration is having on our people. This bill has no consideration for American wages, no consideration for American housing, no consideration of schools, hospitals, or communities, no consideration of whether mass migration serves the national interest of the American people. Every question is about what the foreign country needs. No question about what America needs or what American families need. That tells you everything that you need to know. To today's Democrat Party, immigration policy is written for foreign governments, immigration lawyers, activist groups, and left-wing organizations waiting to file the next lawsuit. The American people are treated as a logistical obstacle. Their votes, our votes, are an inconvenience. Their communities, our communities, are an afterthought. Their country is treated as common property for the rest of the world. Democrats are becoming more and more radical by the day on this issue. Yesterday, they insisted temporary programs must never end. Today, they demand permanent residency for all. Permanent residency for people who already left. Legal shields against law enforcement, and more ammunition for activist lawsuits. And they'll turn around and call us cruel. You'll hear it shortly. It'll be said about me blocking this bill. Let me speak clearly to my Democrat colleagues. There is nothing compassionate about betraying your own citizens, the very citizens who put you in office. There is nothing compassionate about flooding the labor market with more foreign workers while Americans struggle for a decent wage. There is nothing compassionate about flooding the housing market and putting young families behind the eight ball. There is nothing compassionate about diluting American citizenship. America is a nation, not a global waiting room, not a refugee camp, not a lifetime stay at a taxpayer-funded hotel. Our immigration laws exist to serve the American people. Foreign nationals do not have a right to permanent settlement here. Today, I speak on behalf of the American people who have been ripped off by this scam for far too long. No more. We had an election on this issue. The Democrats have not got the message. They want the United States of America to be a global refugee camp. Cloaked behind their compassion, there's no compassion for the American people. The guy that swings the hammer, who's working 7 days a week so he can pay for the benefits of an illegal alien who they don't ever want to leave this country. The American people are a sovereign people who have the right to decide who enters this country, who remains, and who has to leave. This bill reverses that principle. This Democrat bill tells the American people that their elections cannot end a temporary program, that the president cannot enforce the law, that their officers cannot use information in front of them, that their country belongs to everyone but them. Only the migrants' claim matters. Only the foreign country matters. Only the ambulance-chasing immigration lawyer matters. I reject all of that completely, in public, for the world to see, because I stand by my brothers and sisters of this country. Last week, I objected to the Democrats' attempt to give 350,000 Haitians an extended TPS. Today, I'm objecting to this Democrat attempt to give millions of illegal aliens mass amnesty, green cards, and work authorizations. I will always object to this mass amnesty. I will always object to this mass migration. I will always object to putting American workers last. I will always object to tying the hands of our law enforcement. So therefore, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to make a couple things very clear. The president has a mass deportation agenda, even though what the president says is that he's focused on going after the worst of the worst. We had a vote on a resolution here in the Senate not that long ago about going after the worst of the worst, and it passed unanimously. I think it was a voice vote. There's no argument there. The issue with these TPS holders is that they are here legally with work permits. In fact, they're among the most vetted people in the country. Every year, they go through security and background checks in order to renew their work permits. And the reason we provide them with the opportunity to stay here is because there's been a determination that their countries of origin are such dangerous places that their lives would be put at risk. Places like Haiti, places like Syria, where our own government has determined it is too dangerous to go. And they warn people about going to those countries. And yet what this Trump administration action would do is force people back into danger in those countries. That's what the Trump administration wants to do, and that's what this Supreme Court, on a 6-3 vote, allows them to do. It allows them not even to have to make that determination in any serious way about what the circumstances are in the country these people would be forced back into. So there's a whole lot of misinformation that was put out there about this piece of legislation. I will just say that in my state of Maryland, many of these folks on TPS have become very important and valuable members of our community. As I said, many have been here for years and years, in some cases, decades. And by the way, they are paying taxes. They are paying federal and state taxes. They're paying into the Social Security Trust Fund. And in many cases, they've started small businesses that actually create more economic opportunity for everybody in the community and the state. Go look it up. A lot of these TPS holders are small businessmen and women. They're hiring people in our communities in our state. And yet these are the people, some of the most vetted individuals in the country, people who pay state and local and federal taxes, that the Trump administration wants to send back to countries where we say it's dangerous to go. And so that's why we're here on the floor right now, because the first wave of this is about to happen. And the Trump administration is about to deport folks who came here from Haiti, who've been here under TPS, this protective status, and now they want to force them back into harm's way. We want to uphold what had been a bipartisan position, which is that we as a country should not do that. We should not send people who have this legal status now back to countries where they will face certain danger. And so it's disappointing to hear that Republican colleagues don't want to move forward on this piece of legislation, but this debate is not over, not here in the Senate, not in the House, and not in communities across the United States. And with that, I yield the floor. I see my colleague from California, who's been such an important and strong voice on these issues, on the floor, so I will yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Mr. President, I'm pleased to join my colleagues today in support of Senator Van Hollen's Secure Act. Across the country right now, hundreds of thousands of Haitian men, women, and children are terrified. They're terrified for their futures, for their children's futures. They're terrified about being forced back to a country that is gripped by a catastrophic humanitarian crisis. nearly 1.5 million Haitians have been displaced by gang violence. Food insecurity is widespread. Basic services have collapsed. It's a country that the State Department warns Americans not to travel to because of the risk of kidnapping, violent crime, and civil unrest. Think about that for a second. The Trump administration itself is warning Americans not to travel to Haiti because of how unsafe it is. Yet the same administration wants to force over 300,000 Haitian nationals who until very recently held temporary protected status to go there. Now, the president has made it very clear for years what he thinks about immigrants from Haiti. And we've received reports in the past few days that the Department of Homeland Security is preparing for a mass roundup and swift deportation of these families in the coming days. So now, thanks to the president's hostility towards immigrants, TPS holders from countries in turmoil, many of whom have lived in the United States for years, if not decades, are now in danger and at the mercy of this cruel administration. But the fact of the matter is, the American people do not support the president's goal of kicking these men, women, and children out and forcing them back to a nation steeped in danger and turmoil. Because the American people recognize the fundamental fact that TPS holders who were legally granted protection in the United States, who registered with the federal government, who passed background checks, and received authorization to live and to work here, are human beings. Human beings that deserve respect and dignity. And we have a moral obligation to help when we can. More than that, most Americans recognize how much TPS holders and immigrants more broadly contribute to our country. The economic, social, and cultural benefits they've provided as they've worked and lived among us for years, developing strong roots in our communities. Yes, over time, TPS holders become our neighbors, our coworkers, and our friends. More than 94% of TPS holders who participate in the labor force as of 2017 are nurses and construction workers. Vital jobs for the people of the United States and for our economy. They're home health aides, hotel workers, and entrepreneurs. Collectively, they contribute around $29 billion to the U.S. economy every year and pay more than $7.8 billion in federal, payroll, state, and local taxes annually as well. That's right, they pay nearly $8 billion in taxes every year. If more than 300,000 Haitian workers suddenly dropped out of the workforce, the impacts are going to be very real and very sudden. And we can't forget that many are raising American children, not only as caregivers for other people's children, but as parents to nearly 400,000 U.S. citizen children. And that impact is only magnified when you pull back and consider the more than 1 million people who had TPS as of early 2025 and have been targeted by this administration and its cruel mass detention and mass deportation agenda. So, colleagues, I'm going to say something that I don't say very often. I agree with Governor Mike DeWine, the Republican governor of Ohio, who has called ending TPS a, quote, mistake, end quote, that's going to bring steep economic toll with it. Temporary protected status exists exactly for moments like this, when countries like Haiti, along with Venezuela, South Sudan, Afghanistan, and others, are experiencing exactly the kind of crisis that Congress had in mind when it created this program on a bipartisan basis. But this administration is choosing to turn its back on the people that this program was meant to help and protect, while hurting our country in the process. So we need to do more to protect people who have built their lives here and who have contributed so much to our country. So I want to thank Senator Van Hollen for trying to pass the Secure Act. He has my support, and I urge all of you to support the Secure Act as well. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
President.
Democratic Leader.
Are we in a quorum? I ask unanimous consent and the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, the Trump presidency is just a disaster, and more people know it. Just about everyone's getting to know it now. This morning's CNN poll, right over my shoulder here, is further confirmation that Trump has completely lost the trust of the American people. Americans can see it, smell it, feel it. Trump's priorities are completely out of whack. He's concerned not with the average citizen and making their lives better, just his own ego. Just look at some of these numbers. More than 3 in every 4 Americans say that Trump's disastrous war on Iran hasn't been worth the cost. The same numbers say they've experienced hardship because of gas prices, 79%. And when asked, does Trump have the right priorities, 73% say no. A record, 73% of Americans think Trump hasn't focused enough on the most pressing issues they face. Pick any poll, pick any issue, you'll come to the same conclusion. Trump is totally out of touch. He is hurting America and not listening to America. No one likes what you're doing. Are you listening, Donald? No one likes what you're doing. Look at those numbers. They should make Donald Trump hang his head in shame. 72% disapprove of how he's conducting the war in Iran. 79% disapprove of him on gas prices. 73% say he has the wrong priorities for them. When the overwhelming majority of Americans say you're taking the country in the wrong direction, you better change course. Trump and his party can either take the hint or take a hike when it comes in November. Democrats have been clear on appropriations. Democrats have been clear from the start. We want to fund the government, avoid a shutdown, pass strong bipartisan appropriation bills that improve people's lives. Bipartisan negotiations are ongoing, and Senate Democrats are working in good faith to reach an agreement and keep appropriations process moving forward. We're fighting for a bipartisan funding package, not partisan bills that bankroll Donald Trump's war agenda while leaving working families behind. Any CR must be bipartisan. It must keep the government open without abandoning the needs of working families or giving Donald Trump a blank check for his destructive agenda. There's a responsible path forward. Senate Democrats are ready to take it. Republicans must meet us to get that done. On Medicare drug costs, Trump's crusade against Americans' health care costs continues every single day. Listen to this. Yesterday, Trump doubled prescription drug costs for millions of seniors by making cuts to Medicare drug plans. Just 2 days before Medicare's 61st anniversary, no less, he is cutting the dollars we need and doubled prescription drug costs for millions of seniors. Can Trump get any more heartless? We're talking about seniors splitting pills in half to ration life-saving drugs or skipping meals to afford their medication at the pharmacy counter. That's despicable. This is just the latest salvo in Trump's war on Americans' health care. A year ago, Trump ransacked over $1 trillion from healthcare system to bankroll massive tax giveaways to the wealthiest Americans and corporations. And since then, millions of people have lost their coverage altogether, while tens of millions get slammed, with premiums doubling, tripling, even quadrupling. But I guess that wasn't enough for Donald. Now he's coming after seniors, millions of them, by raising their prescription drug costs. In Trump's America, families are fighting for their lives while the rich get richer. On the Iran war, Trump's more concerned about protecting himself from the repercussions of his failed war in Iran than protecting our troops who are in the line of fire. As Trump twiddles his thumbs without any plan for how to end his reckless misadventure, our service members are facing down barrage after barrage of Iranian missiles and drones. Donald, posting another lie on Truth Social won't stop the missiles from flying. Thumping your chest won't bring down the crushing gas prices you've sent skyrocketing. And brushing casualties under the rug doesn't get our men and women in uniform out of harm's way. And those whose names were eliminated before they put them back do not come back to life when you just simply take their name off the roll. There's only one way to do that, to do all of that. Bring our troops home. End the war. Democrats will soon force another vote on our War Powers resolution to end this aimless war and bring our troops back home to their families. Every second Trump prolongs this war, our service members' lives are at risk. Senate Republicans, stand up for troops, not the president who sent them to war without a plan, without a mission, without an exit strategy. Senate Republicans, stand up with the American people and come join us in ending this war. Yield the floor. Out the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Go ahead.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
The Senate will come to order.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wyoming.
I rise today to speak about the Digital Asset Market Clarity Act, also known as the Clarity Act, and about the years of work that brought us to this moment. Now, I only have a few minutes to get started, but Mr. President, I'm just getting wound up. I'm going to talk for a little while, and then I'm going to be back tomorrow, and I'm going to talk about this some more because I've got a lot of pent-up things to say. First of all, this is a very good bill. Good for the country, good for consumers, and good for the people we all represent on both sides of this aisle. And after 11 months of giving nearly everything that was asked of us, I am genuinely struggling to understand what else my colleagues across the aisle think it needs before we act. When I was elected to the Senate in 2020, I knew I wanted to work on digital asset legislation because Wyoming's legislature was already years ahead of Washington, building a legal framework for digital asset companies before most of the country was even paying attention. I wanted to do everything I could to keep those companies in Wyoming, and more importantly, to keep them in America. The person I have been most proud to work with is Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand of New York. People have raised an eyebrow for years that a Wyoming Republican and a New York Democrat have worked hand in hand on this bill. But we have become genuine friends, and I trust her. In June 2022, we introduced the Lummis-Gillibrand Responsible Financial Innovation Act together, the first real attempt at a comprehensive regulatory framework for digital assets, dividing oversight between the SEC and the CFTC and regulating stablecoins. That was a 168-page bill. We had to start by deciding whether to create a unique new standalone regulatory framework or lay digital assets over the existing framework. We chose the latter, and then we took off from there. Now, we reintroduced Lummis-Gillibrand in 2023. That was a 274-page bill. It contained provisions that cracked down on mixers and tumblers and crypto ATMs, required plain language customer agreements, and regulated crypto advertising. It was a very strong bill for consumers. From a consumer protection standpoint, it had improved dramatically. Now, that partnership is the foundation this bill stands on, and it's why I reject any suggestion that this bill is partisan. This bill is bipartisan. It has always been about keeping an industry we want here to stay, but regulated in the right way. In Wyoming, we used to call it growth on our terms. This bill is growth on our terms. It is growth on American terms, protecting consumers and protecting us from illicit finance. Now, today, we have a 616-page bill because I've listened to my Republican and Democrat friends, incorporated their priorities, and tried to create the best bill possible. That is how we got to a 15-9 bipartisan vote out of the Banking Committee in May. Now, plenty of people have told me to try to move this through on Republican votes alone and skip the headache. I've rejected that every time, because the only way to get a bill through Congress that actually lasts is to build it together. We have earned support not only from every corner of the digital asset industry, but earned support of major cornerstones in our financial industry, like Goldman Sachs and Fidelity. Just this past Friday, the National Fraternal Order of Police endorsed this bill. an organization that spent months telling us this legislation would tie the hands of law enforcement investigating crypto crime. We listened and worked to secure dozens of illicit finance and anti-money laundering provisions that give law enforcement the tools they need, and they can hold bad actors accountable now. When they saw that, they came around. That is what good faith negotiations produces. Before any one of my Democratic colleagues tells me this bill doesn't do enough, I want to show each of you what 11 months of negotiations produces, provisions after provisions. I want the record to show precisely what was asked for and what we delivered. Title I alone reflects 33 separate Democrat-driven edits, including tightening the bill's core definitions so companies can't structure their way around federal securities laws, building a mandatory SEC front door certification process, adding anti-evasion authority so the SEC can look at the totality of facts and circumstances rather than being boxed in by a technical loophole, cutting the annual fundraising cap from $75 million to $50 million with a hard $200 million lifetime limit, barring felons convicted of fraud or money laundering from using this framework at all, and tightening the related persons resale restrictions from a 5% ownership threshold down to 3%, so insiders can't quietly dump tokens on the public. We also built 3 entirely new titles at the Democrats' request. We added 23 additional sections combating illicit finance, including determining when a decentralized finance platform is really decentralized or whether it's just decentralized in name only, and when they are subject to the securities laws and Bank Secrecy Act requirements. Sanctions compliance for DeFi platforms, new sanctions authority that can be used to target crypto platforms that facilitate money laundering to Russia, Iran, and North Korea. $150 million in new FinCEN funding and mandatory Treasury and GAO studies on mixers, foreign adversary activity, and financial stability risk. Federal protections for digital asset ATMs, consumer disclosures, Federal Trade Commission authority, and a joint SEC-CFTC financial literacy mandate. Democrats also got more than 30 wins in the agriculture division of this bill, the CFTC portion, including a private right of action for consumer protection violations, capturing meme coins in the CFTC's jurisdiction, a stronger conflict of interest rulemaking than the House-passed bill, exchange-based consumer protection disclosures, best execution rulemaking, anti-manipulation and credit rulemaking, $150 million in CFTC appropriations, a new Office of Retail Digital Commodity Advocate, and requirements for digital commodity exchanges to recruit cultural diversity boards of directors. This isn't a courtesy list. Every single one of those items was something my colleagues across the aisle insisted on, and something Republicans agreed to because a partisan bill doesn't survive the next election, next administration, or next market turndown. We put what's best for American innovation ahead of politics, and I'm simply asking my Democratic colleagues to do the same. Nowhere are our concessions more apparent than on ethics. When my Democratic colleagues brought their concerns to me, I didn't ignore them. In fact, I took them straight to the president. And as a sign of good faith and commitment to American innovation, President Trump voluntarily delivered the strongest set of ethics provisions in U.S. history. I put my own relationship with President Trump on the line, so did Bernie Moreno, to get a deal on ethics. And he agreed to it. No court, regulator, or statute compelled him to accept or offer any of this. He agreed to it because he believes so strongly that America, more than any other country, should be the one leading the way on digital asset innovation. We're talking about a first-of-its-kind ban on any covered individual, the president, vice president, every member of Congress, every federal judge, and their spouses, issuing or sponsoring a digital asset for consideration. He's willing to put his existing digital assets in a blind trust or divest himself of them entirely under established ethics procedures. No sitting president has ever been asked to do such a thing, but President Trump will do it. The Attorney General is directed to bring civil enforcement actions against any covered individual who knowingly and willfully violates the ban. Digital asset exchanges face civil penalties of up to $250,000 per violation per day. Violating officials must disgorge every dollar of profit and pay a penalty of up to 10% of what they receive, or $500,000, whichever is greater. That's what my Democrat friends asked for, and that's what the president gave you. President Trump said yes to a standard no one else on earth could have forced on him. And I still hear that's not enough. If you give a mouse a cookie, children's literature informs us, he will ask for a glass of milk too. But we've now given our Democrat friends the entire cookie factory and a tanker load of milk. I want to be very direct with this chamber because I'm done being careful about this. I have spent my entire term working on this, and the last 11 months I've been stuck in windowless rooms with my friends on the other side of the aisle who have told me over and over that ethics would be the sticking point. That if the president put his holdings in a blind trust, if he would accept enforcement and penalties and disclosures, that would be the signal my colleagues needed. We got it. Senator Moreno and I were elated. We were amazed that the president would accept this. But it's not yet enough. I didn't come here today to accuse anyone of acting in bad faith. I believe my friends on the other side of the aisle are acting in good faith. I came here to simply ask what specifically is left to give that's reasonable. Tell me the section number, because you have over 100 significant wins in the base text and an ethics agreement that has more teeth than George Washington had, with no precedent in American history. My friends, at some point, continuing to say not yet isn't cautious. It's a deliberate decision to run out the clock and kill a bill rather than risk a no vote on the record with constituents and industry to answer to. I have more to say. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it before we get a vote on this bill, just not today. Mr. President, thank you, and I yield the floor.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow, the Judiciary Committee will vote on Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General. While there are a number of reasons why the members of the committee should oppose Todd Blanche's nomination, from his willingness to enable Donald Trump's worst instinct to his role in helping create Trump's corrupt slush fund to pay out January 6 rioters who assaulted police officers here in this chamber and others, there's one reason that stands out far ahead of the others. It's his complete and total mishandling of the Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell case. Former Trump Attorney General Pam Bondi told the House behind closed doors that Todd Blanche, as her deputy, was responsible for how the department handled the Epstein files. Under his supervision, the Department of Justice promised the release of Epstein client list, claiming there was a list they compiled for Pam Bondi, sent it to Pam Bondi, only to backtrack and refuse to release the document for months. It took Congress passing an overwhelmingly bipartisan veto-proof federal law to force the release of these materials. Even then, the Trump administration, and specifically the Department of Justice under Todd Blanche's management, delayed their compliance with this law. When files were finally released, the identities of many perpetrators, not victims, were redacted, raising serious questions and concerns about who the administration was trying to protect. They redacted perpetrators, not victims. And as the White House and Justice Department tried to manage the fallout from mishandling of this case, Todd Blanche was reportedly in the Situation Room with senior Trump administration officials working on a public relations strategy, well, on behalf of the president. According to the New York Times, one of the options was to have a Justice Department lawyer interview Ghislaine Maxwell in order to get her to clear Donald Trump. Well, Todd Blanche apparently offered himself up to interview Ghislaine Maxwell and strangely raised the possibility that Maxwell's lawyer, quote, I'm going to quote here, might expect something in return for her candor, unquote, according to the Times. A convicted sex trafficker wishes something in return from the President of the United States. The White House counsel then laid out the possibility that Ghislaine Maxwell might be pardoned or have her sentence reduced. So you heard that right. There literally was a serious discussion at the White House to pardon or reduce the sentence of Ghislaine Maxwell, well, just in order to get her to say nice things about Donald Trump. And mind you, this is the same woman who facilitated Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse of underage girls over many years, year after year, hundreds of young women. Our justice system worked as it was supposed to. Maxwell was found guilty by a jury of her peers. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison for her crimes. And that's why it was odd when Todd Blanche, in a highly unusual step, personally interviewed Maxwell. And days later, she was magically transferred to a minimum security prison. Imagine that. That's not the only thing that's odd. Ghislaine Maxwell's attorney, who Todd Blanche calls a friend, said that Maxwell wanted a pardon from Trump in exchange for her public testimony that she would help Donald Trump. At the same time, Trump has refused to rule out pardoning her. Trump has said, I'm going to quote here, I'm allowed to do it. He's even gone as far to say, I'll take a look at it. I'll speak to the DOJ. This is our president. The president said he would speak to the DOJ, which would now be led by his former lawyer, Todd Blanche. It's frankly horrifying that Trump would entertain the idea of clemency for even a second for a convicted sex trafficker. That alone should be enough for the Senate to speak up with one voice and affirm that there should be absolutely no pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, not now, not ever. That's why earlier this year I introduced a resolution doing just that. But given the Senate Republicans are poised to soon confirm Todd Blanche should lead the Department of Justice, the time to bring this resolution is now. Earlier this month, the Senate passed a similar resolution saying there should be no presidential pardon for Sam Bankman-Fried. So we have already set that precedent here in this chamber. So let us now send a message to the White House and the Department of Justice right now that there should be no pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. There should never be a pardon for someone who helped a monster, abuse underage girls for years. And that's why I'm requesting that we pass my common sense resolution today saying just that. So, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee of the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 608.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 608, expressing the sense of the Senate that Ghislaine Maxwell should not be granted a presidential pardon and so forth.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the matter? Without objection, the committee is discharged. The Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Senator from Nevada.
I'm so pleased that we could find unanimous agreement on a resolution against a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. If Republicans advance Todd Blanche's nomination tomorrow in the Judiciary Committee, this is the least they can do to make their opposition to a Maxwell pardon clear. I yield. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that proceedings under the call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise this afternoon to pay tribute to an outstanding United States Senator and a dear friend, Senator Lindsey Graham. Mr. President, when my husband first woke me with the news that Lindsey had died the night before, I couldn't believe it. I said to him, that can't possibly be true. I thought it was some tasteless internet hoax or a false report. Not Lindsey. Not our Lindsey. But sadly, it was true, although I still find it so hard to accept. I can only imagine how difficult this unexpected loss must be for his beloved sister, Darlene, and the other members of his family. Mr. President, often when we think of a senator, we ask, did he or she make a difference? Did he or she have an impact on events here at home or abroad? Was the person a consequential senator? With Lindsey, the answer clearly was a resounding yes. Lindsay was a leader not only in national policy, but also in shaping international events. How telling it is that the Prime Minister of Israel and the President of Ukraine both made the long voyage to attend his memorial service yesterday at the National Cathedral. Whether he was leading a congressional trip to Israel in the wake of the October 7th massacre to demonstrate America's solidarity with Israel, or his many trips to Ukraine to show the Senate's unwavering opposition to Russia's unprovoked invasion, Lindsay time and again demonstrated strong, effective leadership. He was truly a player on the world stage. And for me, Lindsay was also a close friend. Along with Senators John McCain and Joe Lieberman, I traveled 4 times with Lindsay to Afghanistan and Iraq. And believe me, on those long military trips, you get to know your colleagues very well. Lindsay's unsurpassed sense of humor, his self-deprecating wit, and his storytelling ability made serving with him delightful. And I always learned so much when I traveled with him as well. Mr. President, I keep thinking that John McCain and Joe Lieberman, both treasured friends and colleagues of mine, were there waiting to greet what they called the third amigo when Lindsey Graham entered the heavenly gates. And I tried to take some comfort in knowing that the 3 of them are now reunited. Yesterday, Mr. President, we celebrated the life of this extraordinary senator. Lindsay's life on earth ended far too soon, but his legacy will endure forever. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The senator from Connecticut.
Quorum call. I ask that the quorum call be lifted. Thank you. Madam President, 2 weeks ago, House Republicans failed to advance the Take Care of American Veterans Act. That failure in the House was the latest example of broad bipartisan opposition to the Republican proposal to cut more than $50 billion. That's $50 billion in benefits for disabled veterans over the next 10 years. This controversial proposal continues to divide Congress, and it also is dividing the veteran community. And it's something we could have easily averted if my Republican friends had engaged in a serious and substantive conversation about the process, a conversation not only with Democrats, but with the Veteran Service Organization. They've pursued a take-it-or-leave-it approach. I'd like to think that it is mainly the House of Representatives that's responsible for this take-it-or-leave-it approach, because Democrats and veterans advocates have been very clear from the very beginning. We oppose the cuts in the Take Care of America Veterans Act for more than 1 million veterans who are currently eligible to receive benefits because they suffer from sleep apnea or tinnitus. These disabilities are not hypothetical or abstract. They're real. And they do disable people, and often they are the result directly from combat or training that inflicts the same kind of harms. For example, standing near artillery being fired for many hours a day. The result is impairments of hearing, tinnitus, and the toxic chemicals in training as well as in combat can result in sleep apnea. So I'm here to say again, I oppose efforts to water down the Major Richard Starr Act, a DOD-administered and funded policy with cuts to veterans' benefits. I oppose watering it down by taking care and benefits away from veterans. The Take Care of America Act, to its credit, includes dozens of bipartisan priorities that Democrats have authored and championed. They're bipartisan, many of them. I support them. I want these priorities signed into law. Veterans, survivors, and caregivers deserve them. But we cannot accept the false narrative that accepting the Republican proposed cuts is the only way to do it, our way or the highway, especially since it is a budgetary rule that has been selectively enforced in the past, that somehow there needs to be an offset. In fact, there should not be an offset to care for veterans by taking away from other veterans for a program that is an obligation of the Department of Defense, call it the Department of War. It is still their obligation to provide full retirement pay without subtraction for disability benefits, as is now required, unjustly, unconscionably. Republicans insist on offsetting new investments in veterans with those offsets, which is absurd. And I hope still my Republican colleagues will look to the compromise that I have offered. I don't think there should be a need for an offset. There hasn't been for some benefits in the past. But if Republicans are going to continue to block the Major Richard Starr Act with insistence on an offset or a pay-for, I have one. It is, in fact, contained in an alternative bill that I am offering today to address the two major concerns with the Take Care of America's Veterans Act. First, it would replace the watered-down version of the Major Richard Starr Act with my bill to fully eliminate the wounded veterans tax. And it would strike the unprecedented cuts for disabled veterans who suffer from service-connected tinnitus and sleep apnea. In doing so, it would utilize unspent Department of Defense funds from H.R. 1, the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, to cover the entire cost of the bill. It's the only offset proposal for the Take Care of Veterans Act that has garnered bipartisan support, and it is the one that doesn't pit some veterans against other veterans. More than $75 billion of the Department of Defense funds in H.R. 1, a bill signed into law more than 1 year ago, still remain unspent and unobligated. And CBO has confirmed, absolutely confirmed, enactment of my proposal prior to the department's obligation of those funds would provide the savings we need. The CBO has said if we pass this bill, the savings from unobligated funds can be counted as an offset. Let me just say bluntly, there's a lot of rhetorical rigmarole that we can apply to pay-go and offsets and pay-fors. We make the laws here. We can pay for this program out of unobligated funds that the Secretary of Defense, call him the Secretary of War, has said is unobligated. Now, he said a lot of it will be obligated, but it's for things like the Golden Dome, where most military experts say that money will not be feasibly spent by the end of the year. We should use it if we need to have an offset. I believe that veterans, survivors, and caregivers have paid for their benefits through service and sacrifice. The cost of caring for veterans is part of the cost of war. And for those combat injured veterans who are receiving disability benefits for their injuries, they should not have to sacrifice their retirement pay that is an obligation of the Department of Defense. It should not be taken out of the VA. It may seem like an abstract principle, but to veterans who would lose sleep apnea and tinnitus benefits, it's a big deal. In fact, it can be a life-changing deal. Costs that are dramatically increasing each day because of the president's blundering war of choice in Iran have resulted in 18 servicemen members dying and more than 600 injured. And they will be among the ones who are penalized if they retire with fewer than 20 years. We are creating a new generation of combat injured veterans. It is unconscionable to claim that we can only care for them by forcing other veterans to sacrifice. We need to do the right thing. Veterans deserve meaningful results from a grateful nation, and they should never be handed an invoice when the costs of war come due. My Republican colleagues cannot claim that the Major Richard Starr Act is unaffordable. If you want a chart to give you some idea of the comparatively minuscule costs of the Major Richard Starr Act, here's $13 billion. It's over 10 years. Here's our FY27 defense request, for 1 year, it dwarfs. In fact, 13 billion is hardly a rounding error on 1.5 trillion. The NDAA benefits expansion in FY20 and FY21 was 13 billion, no pay for. The estimated costs of the Iran war, 38 billion, that figure is a low ball. It's in excess, really, of 100 billion. We all know it. Compared to all we spend on our defense capability, doing right by these veterans is basically a rounding error that the country can well afford. Now, my colleague's bill also siphons off $500 million from disabled veterans for an IT slush fund that the VA does not need or request. The money that they are taking from veterans who suffer from sleep apnea or tinnitus cover, in their view, the Major Richard Starr Act, but it's only 17% of the money that they're taking away from these disabled veterans. The rest of it, of the $56.2 billion that they would save by, in effect, inflicting harm on these veterans, who knows? Taking money from veterans with service-connected disabilities and giving it to President Trump's cronies or whoever else is going to lay claim to that compensation cut but not used is absolutely shameful, staggering dereliction of our obligation to veterans. Cutting $56 billion worth of benefits when only 15%, 17% will go toward covering new VA benefits is cruel and unconscionable. Better to adopt my compromise proposal, taking unobligated funds, $13 billion, out of the more than $75 billion that are unspent and unobligated, that the CBO can be used for these savings, is a better way to go. It's the only one that has garnered bipartisan support. It's the only one that isn't opposed by the stakeholders. It's the only one that can pass. It's the only one that should pass. And so, notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 433 S4744. I ask unanimous consent that the Blumenthal substitute amendment at the desk be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
The gentleman from Kansas.
Madam President, thank you. It saddens me that we are here because I wish we were here with a vote on the Senate floor to pass the Major Richard Starr Act and other pieces of legislation that are so important to veterans, their families, and their caregivers across the country. The senator from Connecticut outlined all the things that he says his amendment to this legislation would do and be supported by. But the reality is the senator from Connecticut has tried time and time again to pass legislation similar to that, never to succeed. And earlier this year, I was on the Senate floor at my seat here, standing here, telling folks that maybe for once we'll quit sponsoring pieces of legislation that benefit veterans, but never get to the point in which they're actually passed. And I committed myself to finding a way in which passage of the legislation could occur. Not just remarks on the Senate floor or in committee or in gatherings of veterans or speaking to our constituents at home of our support. In most instances, this would be for the Richard Starr Act, which has nearly every member of the Senate as a co-sponsor, many members of the House of Representatives as a co-sponsor, but that's been the case for 6 years. I was looking for a path that would result in a result. And at the heart of the debate today are those tens of millions of service members, veterans and caregivers, survivors and family members, and VA employees who would benefit by the legislation that I have introduced, the legislation that the senator from Connecticut is offering to accept with some amendments. These men and women have been waiting years for the life-saving benefits that this bill would provide. What we will decide today will determine whether they can access the mental health treatments they desperately need, whether they can put food on the table, pay their bills on time, if they're able to remarry after the loss of their service member or veteran spouse without sacrificing benefits they need to support their families, and much more. The point of that sentence or few sentences is this is a comprehensive piece of legislation that begins with the Richard Starr Act, the one that I said was sponsored by most members of Congress, but never sees the outcome that those veterans and military retirees deserve. The stakes in this debate are high. I think the legislation that we are talking about, perhaps debating about, is one of the most consequential pieces of legislation that will affect veterans, their family members, caregivers, and others, certainly in my time as chairman of the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, and perhaps my time in the United States Senate. I've been a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee in 14 years in the House and now 15 years in the Senate. I've devoted effort, time, and attention to making sure we do right by those who serve our country. I appreciate my colleague, Senator Blumenthal, in fact, our shared determination, our dedication to the Richard Starr Act. But he's tried, as I understand by his words, 8 times, offering a unanimous consent, and each time that effort has been successful. Occasionally I get complimented for efforts. I appreciate compliments at any stage of what we're doing here, but what we really ought to be interested in is getting results. And not results for a compliment, but results because it makes such a difference in so many veterans' lives. Today, the senator from Connecticut, it's another example of his attempt to pass legislation, usually without an offset, but today using an alternative offset. I respect his goal, but once again, as of July the 22nd, the Congressional Budget Office has again confirmed to the committee that the offset, the use of rescission of unobligated funds to the Department of Defense in H.R. 1 does not offset mandatory spending and therefore does not qualify under the requirements of law to the Senate. The requirements of the law as the Senate does its work, but as the House and Congress are obligated to abide by. This plan does not meet the needs of the moment, and it will result in the failure by Congress once again to deliver to our America's heroes. There's a simple choice before us. We can either keep repeating failed efforts that result in no progress delivering for veterans and military families, or we can step up and provide leadership needed to finally get them the help they need and deserve. Action, not results. We want action that has results. This is why, shortly after this conversation, this discussion between the senator from Connecticut and I will be asking for a unanimous consent agreement myself to pass the legislation with an offset that the Congressional Budget Office has determined to be a viable offset. The Take Care of America's Veterans Act would expand benefits and health care to millions of veterans and their families, caregivers and survivors across our nation. It combines 60. I think our committee, this Committee on Veterans Affairs, deservedly has the reputation of working in a bipartisan way to get results. And we combined, in our efforts to get the Richard Starr Act, other pieces of legislation that are hugely important to the veteran community. 60 pieces of bipartisan legislation chosen in this process of putting this package together for their sponsorship and support by Democrats and Republicans. This is not a partisan effort. This is a desire, an effort to accomplish something that would benefit all of us who have made efforts to support our veterans and to make certain that we do it in a way that gets 60 votes in the United States Senate. That includes the Major Richard Starr Act, which the senator from Connecticut has been a longtime advocate. That's to address a long-standing injustice, something that is totally wrong, by allowing medically retired combat veterans, disabled veterans, they are not allowed to receive both benefits. This would allow medically retired combat disabled veterans to receive both disability compensation from the VA and their earned retirement pay from the DOD. The senator from Connecticut talks about our committee and the committee that he serves on as well, the Armed Services Committee. The Armed Services Committee has jurisdiction, but it's so many veterans that have a consequence from the current law that I decided it was time for us to step forward and find a path forward. This legislation, in addition to the underlying Richard Starr Act, includes Love Lives On Act. That allows surviving spouses of fallen service members and veterans to remarry without losing their benefits that they need to support their families. It includes the Veteran Access Act to make it easier for veterans to get life-saving treatment and particularly mental health capabilities, high-quality care in the VA medical facilities and in the community as well. Those of us, Madam President, from rural places understand the value of that community care, and in today's time of challenges with our veterans' mental health and suicide prevention efforts, that community care becomes even more important. Quick access is critical. It also includes the Sherry Briley and Eric Edmondson Veteran Benefit Expansion Act to increase compensation benefits for veterans with severe service-connected disabilities and their families. There are dozens of other bills, bipartisan bills, sponsored, led by Republicans and led by Democratic members of the Senate. They're included in the Take Care of America's Veteran Act to make certain the VA is equipped with the right resources, staff, and facilities, and the authorities to provide the support that service members, veterans, and family needs. Now, the question that we generally are arguing about is the pay for. Again, the law requires that. To pay for these improvements, this bill would codify elements of a rule that the VA proposed 4 years ago in the Biden administration in 2022. And the VA indicated then and now it plans to change how the department evaluates claims for service-connected disability ratings for sleep apnea and tinnitus. VA officials testified before the House Committee on Veterans Affairs in January that the department is moving forward, and VA officials confirmed that again just several weeks ago. The reason this is important is that that means there are going to be changes that the VA is authorized to make in these two arenas in providing benefits to veterans. The VA in the Biden administration and apparently agreed to in the Trump administration found that there were ways to improve, and they're required by law to evaluate the benefits they provide veterans, and if changes are appropriate because of medicine or science or changes in treatment, the VA can modify those benefits to reflect current science and medicine. The VA is going to do that. The offset is the fact that when the VA does that, it saves money. When the VA does that, however, it will be considered paying down the debt. I don't know how it can be a radical idea or an unfair idea that if we're going to take the money out of the VA for those two circumstances, the VA is going to do that, why don't we capture a significant portion of that and actually use that money to provide benefits to veterans? So it's not like we're taking something away. The VA is going to alter the formula in their normal course of business, and we're capturing the savings in part. We're capturing part of the savings to actually use it to help other veterans, their families, their caregivers. Once the department finalizes the rule, the savings associated from that change in the rule will be lost. It will no longer serve as an offset for anything. It will just be into the general treasury. It will be a lost opportunity for us to reinvest those funds in the long overdue improvements included in the Take Care of Americans Veterans Act. My colleague has stated the costs of war include caring for our veterans. I share that sentiment. Military service is a family service. The cost of war also includes caring for spouses and children and caregivers and survivors. The Take Care of America's Veterans Act would do that and more. So we had the opportunity to use something that's going to happen. We have the opportunity to use it to make sure it's used to benefit veterans. And the idea that we're taking a benefit away from someone is also false. This is prospective. After the rule changes, that's when we have the opportunity to make certain that we're still caring for our veterans. We're not taking anything away from any veteran that receives benefits today. And in fact, there's a grace period in which veterans can continue to apply for these benefits if after this legislation becomes law. We're not taking anything away. We're using money that the VA says is no longer going to be spent, and spend that money in a different way for veterans, often including the same veterans that receive those disability payments. This legislation is strongly supported by many military and veterans organizations, including the Wounded Warrior Project, the Military Officers Association of America, the Vietnam Veterans of America, the AMVETS, the Tragedy Assistance Program, TAPS for survivors, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, the Veterans Justice Alliance, the National Defense Committee, the Military Coalition, and Mission Roll Call. It is also supported by the American Legion, the largest veteran organization in the country, and by Medal of Honor recipients Brett Slabinski and Earl Plumley, the President and Vice President of the Medal Honor Society. It's also supported by Richard Starr's brother, who has been an advocate for the Richard Starr legislation since the beginning of this issue's arrival, and certainly since the passage of his brother and his interest in making sure that his brother is honored. These organizations know the challenges facing the military and veteran community today. They know firsthand the high cost of continued inaction by Congress, the cycle of delaying veterans, caregivers, survivors from receiving earned benefits. It's not a perfect analogy, but I remember my own mother lobbying me because she was a notch baby in the Social Security system. And if you were born in a certain set of years, your benefits were less than the people before you and the people after you. My mom accused me of Congress, maybe she wasn't accusing me personally, but accused Congress of just waiting till she died before making the change. I want to make sure that we do not lose another veteran, another service member. I want to make sure we get a result, and we get a result fast. When I introduced this legislation, my assumption was that we could accomplish this even in the Senate and the House, in this difficult world we work in, that this legislation could be passed by Congress and signed by the President. This legislation is supported by the White House. We could get this legislation done in the miracle of a month. I didn't anticipate the opposition that has arisen. I've indicated to the senator, the ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, an interest in working together to resolve differences, and we will work to do that. But doing what we've done, what has been done time and time again, of a UC request that has no result, is not unsatisfactory to me and unsatisfactory to the veterans and the veteran organizations I just listed. Tired of waiting. Don't wait until our veterans are no longer living before you do something to protect their benefits and resolve an injustice that has gone on far too long. The cycle of delaying veterans, caregivers, survivors from receiving their earned benefits must end, and must end now. And with that, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, I am frankly astonished and appalled by the argument just made by my friend and colleague from Kansas, the chairman of the VA committee. His argument essentially is the VA is going to take away these benefits through rulemaking, and therefore we should take advantage of the savings that the VA is going to make by action that is wrong, unconscionable, and deeply hurtful to veterans. Now, let's be very blunt here. The Biden administration was considering a similar proposal. I fought it. We fought it successfully. The Biden administration backed down because they knew it was wrong. I predict that there will be the similar kind of outrage in the veterans community to taking away these disability benefits from well-deserving veterans, and that the present Secretary of the VA will be forced to back down as well. Why are we doing his handiwork when he has not even yet proposed the rule? We are assuming he will do something that is wrong, shameful, and unconscionable, and we should take advantage of it. Count me out. I fought the Biden administration on this one. I will fight any rule that will inflict this harm on veterans. And even if he were to do it, why should we codify it, put it into statute, so that it can't be reversed at some later point without another statute? I am hopeful that we can reconsider this idea of depriving disabled veterans of benefits in order to help other veterans. Now, I want to be very clear. This is my 8th or 9th time here asking for unanimous consent, but it is an entirely new proposal that I'm offering. In fact, it is the same proposal that the senator from Kansas is offering, except it doesn't take away benefits from veterans. It pays for the measure in another way. The senator from Kansas says it would be against the law for us to do it. Who makes laws here? The Senate and the Congress make the laws. If we made a law about how to pay for something, we can make an exception to that law. We are not bound inextricably and inevitably by other Congresses if we face an injustice under laws that other Congresses have passed. I am unwilling to accept the idea that we have to deprive benefits, gouge them, in effect, of benefits they have earned. And let me just conclude by saying all of the good things in this bill, count me in. But taking away benefits from veterans to pay for them, count me out. I think we can do better as a nation. I yield back.
Mr. President, I've described the Take Care of America's Veteran Act in my remarks following the unanimous consent request by the senator from Connecticut. But again, I would highlight that these are changes that are going to be made under normal statutory law by rules at the Department of Veterans Affairs, and the end result is that the money, when saved, will be the reductions and the savings that occur will accrue to the general treasury as compared to the benefits that we want to provide to the veterans in this country. Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of calendar number 433 S4744. I ask unanimous consent that the Moran substitute amendment at the desk be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
I recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you. For all the reasons that I have stated, this bill has all the right measures that I can support, except taking away benefits in the expectation that the VA secretary is going to promulgate a rule that has been beaten back in a prior administration that we should be united in opposing. Let me ask my colleague, the chairman of the VA committee, will you support the VA secretary in proposing this rule that would, in effect, cut benefits for disabled veterans?
The senator is reminded to direct his questions to the chair.
I propose that question to my colleague through the chair.
You can answer or you cannot answer.
Mr. President, I look forward to continuing to work to make sure that the veterans receive the benefits they are entitled to, and to make certain that the VA does its job in a medical and science-based manner, and would await for the VA to accomplish that, which they indicated as recently as 2 weeks ago they were going to do.
Recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, I'm going to be really charitable, because I know my colleague's heart is in the right place. And I know we share an objective here, which is to care for our veterans. And I'm going to interpret that answer as his being willing to join, if it comes to pass, that we have this proposed rule, that he would oppose it. I think the VSOs would oppose it. I think the veterans community would oppose it. I think the people of America would oppose it, which is why it was withdrawn under the Biden administration, because it is such a shameful, bad idea. And we should not incorporate it in a veterans bill, the Taking Care of America, Taking Care of Veterans Act, as a means to pay for benefits to other veterans when there is no need for a pay for. All of the good things in the Take Care of Veterans Act, I support. We have a path. We have a path. Use the money from H.R. 1, unspent, unobligated, unfeasible to spend before the end of the fiscal year. It will go back into the Treasury. I think the path is clear. I hope we can come together and support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there an objection to the underlying request?
And I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. The rulemaking process that was initiated in the Biden administration in 2022 has continued on the VA's list of work and has never been withdrawn, and continues to be considered, and as I indicated now for the third time, indicated by the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs, the department, that it will be implemented. I just know that repeating the same political talking points without a realistic alternative has prevented these bills, and particularly the Richard Starr Act, from passing for years. It's been too easy for us to put our name on the legislation and never see it accomplished. We can tell our veterans we are supporting them, we're working for them. I want a path forward that actually demonstrates that we are able to accomplish the elimination of this injustice and the support for veterans who desperately need our attention. Our veterans should not have to, they know the cost of war, they should not have to wait for us any longer. And again, the offer that the senator from Connecticut indicated, it's the same kind of UC request with something that doesn't result in a result. because it's not an offset that satisfies the law. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President.
Senator from Indiana.
Mr. President, Americans are aware that many of the products we buy and sell in this country are manufactured in China. But fewer may know that most of the Chinese goods come across the ocean and into our ports on Chinese ships, whether they're flying the Chinese flag, whether they're owned or operated by Chinese companies, or even built in Chinese shipyards. But what may come as a shock is that those same ships could also carry deadly weapons. That's right, Mr. President. Hidden among the shipping containers carrying appliances, clothing, and household goods might well be missile launchers and drone launching systems. Arriving undetected, they could target our cities, destroy our infrastructure, and kill our citizens. This is a possibility American leaders must prepare for now. Naval analysts confirm that China is retrofitting cargo ships with deadly weapons. Long-range strike and surface-to-air missiles, drone launching systems, and radar and tracking systems. A large percentage of these vessels coming in and out of our ports are owned and operated by firms with direct ties to the Chinese Communist Party. What if one of these ships arrived in one of America's largest ports? Now, the best case scenario is our intelligence community would detect the weapons, enabling the Coast Guard to intercept and seize the Chinese ship. That's the best case scenario. But there's a far more alarming possibility, Mr. President. An armed Chinese cargo carrier slips in undetected, and it launches devastating attacks on the port, destroying vital infrastructure and killing hundreds and possibly many, many more. The Port of Houston is, for example, one of the largest by tonnage in our country. It's home to the world's largest petrochemical complexes and a quarter of America's oil refining capacity. The explosions caused by a Chinese attack on the port would send clouds of carcinogens into the air and over nearby communities. Meanwhile, America's energy supply would be devastated, causing painful shortages and draining the economy of millions of dollars a day. A similar disaster could play out at any of our other major ports. Los Angeles, for example, our hub for trans-Pacific trade, or Hampton Roads, Virginia, the East Coast's deepest harbor and home to the world's largest naval base. Now, neither of these situations are inevitable. If we cut our reliance on Chinese vessels and we decide to make American ships again. You see, the United States was once home to the world's largest commercial fleet, numbering 4,000 ships. Today, we manufacture only a handful of commercial vessels each year. China can build over 1,000. In total, the United States has fewer than 100 ocean-going commercial vessels, while China, they have nearly 6,000, the largest fleet in the world. Letting our maritime industrial base continue to rust is a great risk. It doesn't just give China control over global supply chains and levers to constrain America's policy options. It presents the Chinese Communist Party opportunities every day to sneak weapons into our cities. We have a choice, Mr. President. We can do nothing and invite a potential economic and national security disaster. Or we can rebuild our fleet. We can end our dependence on Chinese ships, and we can open up a new era of American shipbuilding. I choose the latter. I choose restoring American maritime dominance. The Ships for America Act is the best way to accomplish this. The bill would encourage the construction of new ships and shipyards through tax incentives. It will deliver deregulation and permitting reform to reduce costs and speed the delivery of new vessels. It also will modernize training programs at our maritime academies and recruit a new generation of mariners. And the Ships Act will establish a maritime security trust fund to finance these programs, plus an expansion of the U.S.-flagged international fleet to 250 ships by the mid-2030s. Now, we have a strong champion in President Trump, whose maritime action plan is consistent with this bill. China's retrofitting its commercial ships into covert warships. The evidence is clear. So too is the risk of allowing these vessels to dominate global trade and fill our ports because we have no ships of our own. But we have a plan to protect our ports and people, to build and launch a new fleet manned by American mariners, flying the stars and stripes. And Congress should pass the Ships Act without delay. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
And I would note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Nebraska.
I'd like to vitiate the quorum call.
We are in quorum, and without objection, the quorum call will be vitiated.
Thank you, Mr. President. Integrity. Integrity inspires confidence. We have a problem here
in the Senate and in the House. 80% of Americans believe we do a poor job of keeping our financial interests separate from the insider information that we have. People don't have the confidence in us. And that leads to an approval rating of 15% for Congress. But we can help restore integrity and therefore confidence. Confidence in the Senate, confidence in the House, confidence in our institutions. We can do that with a bill that I have introduced called the Stop Insider Trading Act. Now, it is well known that members of this body and the House have bought individual stocks. In fact, we have seen that people will post on social media the stock trades of the former Speaker of the House and trade off of her trades. In fact, as crazy as it sounds, that's become a legitimate investment strategy because it makes money. And that undermines the confidence people have in our institutions. We have disclosure laws, which is how people can see those trades and make them. But it's not enough for the integrity of the institution. We need to make the rules stronger. We need to stop people from being able to buy individual stocks in the Senate and in the House. We need my Stop Insider Trading Act because that's exactly what it does. It says that if you get elected to the House of Representatives or the U.S. Senate, that you can no longer buy stock. Trading on insider information will become impossible because you won't be able to make that purchase. Now, we also want to make sure that if, say, you come from a successful business, we don't want to penalize you. We're not going to force you to sell your stock before you come here, but we are going to say that you have to give notice, 7 days at least, to let people know if you are going to sell any of the positions you own. Remember, you can't buy anymore, but if you have some already and you want to sell them, you got to give people 7 days notice. And that will address the issue, for example, of when we had a member of the Intelligence Committee sell about $1.5 million worth of stock right before the COVID pandemic sell-off in the stock market. Even the perception of impropriety undermines the integrity and therefore the confidence people have. So let's stop it altogether. Let's ban people's ability to use insider information to buy stocks and make sure if they're going to sell any, that they got to tell everybody well in advance so that Americans and the market can know. My bill also has real teeth in it. It's a $2,000 fine or 10% of the proceeds. Let's say you sell $1 million in stock and you didn't tell the market ahead of time like you're supposed to. You didn't follow that 7-day rule. It's a $100,000 penalty, a 10% penalty. So either $2,000 or 10%, whichever bigger, plus you have to give up all your profits. That is a penalty with teeth that will get the attention of members here on Capitol Hill. It is time that we restore the integrity and the confidence in this body when it comes to inside information. We, because of our position, have access to this, but we should not benefit from it. This is supposed to be public service. No one should come here seeking a profit. And yet on Monday night, some of my colleagues tried to pass a unanimous consent, passing the Stop Insider Trading Act that the House of Representatives passed, and Democrats blocked it. Democrats blocked my Stop Insider Trading Act, which would have helped restore confidence in this body. It is time that we got the Democrats on board, that we get this passed. It passed in the House with Democrat support. 13 Democrats and 2 Democrat co-sponsors are on the Stop Insider Trading Act in the House that the House was able to pass. They have sent it here to the U.S. Senate for us to do our job. I call on my Democratic colleagues, my colleagues across the aisle, please get on board. We need to restore faith in the institution. A 15% approval rating is terrible. We need to restore the integrity. We need to restore the confidence. My Stop Insider Trading Act does just that. And I encourage all of my colleagues to get on board this common sense proposal to be able to restore integrity and confidence in the U.S. Senate and prevent insider trading from getting between us and the American people. Mr. President, I yield back.
Senator from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to talk about a subject people just love to talk about. Come to the floor to talk about a big scam in our country. It's happening in broad daylight before our very eyes. Politicians here in Washington know what's going on, but they refuse to speak about it. They're too worried about getting reelected in most cases. And they think telling the truth about the scam will hurt their chances in staying in power. Well, here's the sad truth. For decades now, the American people have paid into Social Security each month without having any idea if they will ever see a cent of the money that they put in. Since being signed into law in 1935 by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, our great president, Americans' money has been going in the front door of the federal government and then going right out the back door. Your dollar doesn't grow, and it doesn't come back to you or your children. It's a big, gigantic, blown-up Ponzi scheme. And the last time I looked, people who do Ponzi schemes usually go to jail. Every American is forced to participate in it. You got no choice. You don't have a say of the matter. Whether you're 17 or 67, more than 6% of your paycheck is taken out by the federal government to pay for Social Security, your so-called retirement. That might not seem like a lot, but to me, an American struggling to live paycheck to paycheck, that 6% is a huge sacrifice. Americans have been paying into this program for years, only to see a fraction of what they have been promised. It really makes you wonder how this government-approved Ponzi scheme is legal. The truth is that this retirement savings, this savings program is 100% broke. It's absolutely broke. Just like our federal government of $40 trillion in debt. The Social Security Fund is projected to run out of its reserve money in 2032, just a few years from now. You know, when these funds are depleted, senior citizens could see a cut in their monthly check up to 22 to 25% of their benefits. On average, that's $500 a month. You know, if the federal government were to try and save the program, it would most likely mean that your taxes would skyrocket. 38% of mandatory spending within the federal budget annually goes toward failing Social Security program. Yes, the money you send up here, 38% a year goes to Social Security, not the money that you already sent, because guess what? It's been sent, it's been spent and scammed out of our system. It's not there. In other words, almost $1.6 trillion every year of your taxpayer dollars is being spent on a program that is currently scheduled to go bankrupt in 6 years. So basically, the money you send up here has been spent and now is nowhere to be found. The Social Security program is the single largest program we're wasting our tax dollars on. Biggest. It's a mind-boggling program, to say the least, but don't worry, it gets worse. After decades of having Social Security taken out, millions of Americans have to pay taxes when they go to collect their Social Security. Yep, you're exactly right. After you pay taxes and you put it in there for savings for many years and you get it back, guess what? You got to pay taxes on that. Because our former president and former senator, Mr. Joe Biden, when he was a senator in 1983, got the great idea of let's tax Social Security. Well, what a scam. Depending on which tax bracket you're in, between 50% to 85% of your benefits can be taxed by the federal government. Last year, I introduced the Senior Citizens Tax Elimination Act to stop the unjust double tax on Social Security benefits. Thankfully, the One Big Beautiful Bill included senior deductions that significantly reduced federal taxes for the majority of retirees. Thank goodness. In a day and age where the cost of living is skyrocketing and our seniors should not experience a second tax on their Social Security when they're already paid tax on that money. If we must keep this outdated program, the least we can do is to ensure that senior citizens don't get slapped with a double tax. Despite what millions of Americans have been tricked into believing, it turns out that paying into Social Security does not entitle you to a fixed pot of money. Everybody thinks we're going to pay in, I'm going to get a lot of money at the end. That sad reality is that many Americans won't see a cent of the money that they paid into Social Security. Basically, Social Security is just, folks, another tax. A tax on both employees and employers, since most companies have to match the 6% that their employees are forced to pay out of their paychecks. Yeah, they double the tax. This is socialism. It's highway robbery. And for the last 60 years, we've known this program was going under, but no one up here has been willing to fix it. In fact, Social Security is known as the third rail of politics that no one up here is allowed to talk about. Don't talk about Social Security because we don't have a solution and we might lose our jobs. In fact, Social Security is known as that third rail because nobody will touch it. It's taboo to talk about Social Security. But my question is why? Why is that? We work for the people. We work for the taxpayers. We've known this program was going bankrupt for years. It's been a disaster since day one. When millions of Americans are going to reach retirement age soon, we better look out. They're expecting to get their money. They're expecting to get the money that they paid into Social Security for years. They're going to get screwed over with nothing left, and this is going to be a serious problem. Social Security scam doesn't stop there. As you know, Joe Biden welcomed tens of millions of illegals into this country with open arms. They said that our borders are closed. Yeah, after they let 20 million people in that shouldn't be here. These aren't nice people either, most of them. Many of them are rapists, murderers, drug lords, and gang members. Well, it turns out the Biden administration and Orlando Mayorkas, our great Homeland Security Director, they weren't just letting these illegals into our country without vetting them. They were handing them Social Security and Medicaid benefits as they were coming into the door. Welcome to the United States of America. We're broke, but we're going to give you money. We're going to give you a Social Security number. It's no wonder we're broke. While millions of Americans will never see the Social Security benefits that they worked hard to pay into throughout their careers, illegals, they're getting money. They're getting rich off the money that Joe Biden said that they could have. It's disgusting, but it's not surprising. This is our federal government. So why aren't we allowed to talk about it? It's almost like the system was set up to fail from the get-go. You know, I caught a lot of flack when I brought this up in a hearing just a few years ago. What's this guy talking about? We're going to get Social Security. Yeah, if you believe that, I got beachland, I'll say, out in Arizona. Every single American has invested the money that they're forced to pay in Social Security each month into a stock. If they'd have done that, they would have gotten 10 times the money that they'd put in if it would just invested in the stock market. But you know where it was invested in? Most people don't know this. Your money, when it comes here, is put into Treasury bonds that have very low returns. Very, very low. Not even close to anything that you would ever invest in yourself. That's where your money goes. Don't be naive. The reason Social Security is invested in bonds is because it is being used to basically prop up the federal government. We're broke. We don't have any money. Please send more. Can we raise the Social Security tax and just tell them they're going to get more money at the end? Folks, it is a scam. If this money had been invested in the stock market again, you would have had 10 to 15 times more money. It's embarrassing. But apparently, we're not supposed to bring that up. To his credit, President George Bush tried to save Social Security and 2000. He tried to privatize a lot of this money that went in there. If we'd have just done that, if this body in here would have just said, okay, we know we've screwed it up for 40 years, let's go ahead and do it. Let's get out of this jam. They didn't want any part of it because they wanted to steal the rest of the money, and that's exactly what's going on. He suggested that younger workers divert their portion, divert their portion to a money market account that would pay for theirs in the future and ours today, those of us that are close to the Social Security. But of course, the DC swamp up here, they shut that down fast. Let's don't talk about Social Security. It is taboo. It's a dang shame. The program might not be on the verge of bankruptcy today if they had just invested part of the young people's money into the market. But you have to remember, the government relies on your money for their slush fund. The federal government stopped working in your best interest a long, long time ago. The average taxpayer earning the medium wage of paying approximately $3,500 to $4,500 annually into the Social Security program over a 40-year work period, that's around $140,000 to $180,000. That could have gone toward a 401k, and you would have had money to retire on. People would be seeing much greater returns. We'd better start figuring this out, folks. We better start figuring it out. This group up here, a lot of them are going to say, I'm going to be gone. I'm not going to have to worry about it. Somebody's going to pay the price. It won't be long till people be coming right around this building going, where's my money? You remember January 6th? Yep. January the 6th was a pretty bad day. I was here. I sat right over there. My very first day here. I'm thinking, what a disaster I've gotten into. Well, you start telling people you're not getting your Social Security money, it's going to get ugly. And I don't blame them, not one bit. We're $40 trillion in debt. There's no sign of it slowing down. The bottom line is we need to get bureaucrats and politicians out of this mess, stop this Social Security scam, let people really know what's going on, and give the money back to the people. We need to make sure Americans get what they were promised, or we need to come up with an alternative solution that will allow Americans to make their own retirement investments. Give them their money, or let's put it in a money market account. The stock market is booming. It's far past time Washington, D.C. starts working for the people that we're supposed to represent. What a thought. Mind-boggling, isn't it? Why would we do that? We work for ourselves up here. We don't work for the people. It's ridiculous. It's a scam. Not for special interests, not for career politicians entrenched in bureaucracy, or for Washington elite projects. Instead of spending money we don't have on things we don't need, why don't we put the money back into the American people's pockets? Tell them the damn truth. We stole your money, but we're going to try to get your money back. Not only is it in America's best interest to do this, it is the right thing to do. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, all of us who hold the office of senator know that we really only succeed in our service to the states which we represent because of the tireless dedication of the men and women who make up our teams back home where we're from and here in Washington, D.C. While we may be the face or the voice on television, it's our name on the bills, it's our name on the door, it's really the folks who make up our teams that make it possible for us to make a difference every day for the people we represent. I'm blessed to represent 1 million Delawareans, and I know that I could not do that job at all, let alone well, without the gift and the blessing of the service of roughly 50 people. But today I wanted to take some time out to thank and recognize the heart of my team in Delaware, someone who I have long admired and whose service I greatly appreciate, Marie Cordovano. What does it take to run a political campaign, to run a political party, to run a Senate office? It takes someone like Marie. I've known her so long, I feel like she's been in my office for decades, but it's really only been 5 years. She's been a full-time part of my Senate office, but I've known her since I first ran. She is the heartbeat of the Delaware Democratic Party and in many ways of my office in Wilmington, Delaware. She brings so much to her service, to her job: kindness, hospitality, a charitable and upbeat spirit, a passion for serving others, a lifelong Democrat, someone who is because she believes in helping others. When I've asked folks for what they associate with Marie, one other word came up over and over: mushrooms. Now that might surprise you if you're not from where I'm from, but just on the northern border of Delaware is the center of mushroom horticulture in North America. And because of Marie's family connection to some of the leaders in the mushroom industry, every year she brings a pallet at Thanksgiving of boxes of mushrooms and won't let anyone go without accepting one. Being as I am a little picayune about the ethics committee on which I serve, I initially tried to reject these gifts of mushrooms, to donate them to the food bank or give them to someone else. And yet, like so much of Marie's hospitality and kindness, they just kept coming. They are a welcome and appreciated gift, but a reminder of the example of her kindness and her generosity to others. That's the word that came up most often when I asked others who've served there for now 5 years in my office, what do you think of when you think of Marie? Kind. Someone who gives great, big, warm hugs, who even if she's having a hard day, asks, how's your day? Someone with contagious positivity. Someone who every day has to answer call after call after call from constituents who more often than not are calling to complain. And Marie doesn't just answer the phone, she listens. She doesn't just listen, she engages. She doesn't just engage, she educates. She handles it with incredible skill, making sure that the folks who call my office are heard and their concerns are conveyed, and if possible, that they leave better understanding what it is they called in about. Because let's be blunt, sometimes these calls are motivated by seeing something on cable TV that maybe isn't exactly true. And so in a gentle but positive way, she asks persistent questions and guides my constituents to better insight. When I've asked others in the office, they've said this: I can't imagine a better person to represent you, Chris, to your constituents. Even over the phone, you get a sense of Marie's heart and warmth. And there is no one more dedicated, not just for the fight for democracy, but for the values of Chris Coons and his office. So Marie, thank you. Thank you for sharing your kindness. Thank you for sharing your warmth. Thank you for sharing what you've done for Delaware for so long. You are loved across our DC and Delaware teams and will be dearly missed. And I hope you get to spend more time now, with your children, Ben and Sarah, with your grandchildren, Asher and Carter, with your dog, Nico. You are the best of Delaware, a proud Padua alumna with a passion for service, family, kindness, and democracy. I cannot wait to hear about the adventures ahead. And thank you for your service. I want to take some time today to also speak about someone who's been the heart of my team here in Washington, Jose Estrada. My wife and I have come to view Jose not just as a colleague, an employee, a friend, a member of our extended family. What makes for an incredible public servant? Diligence, determination, insight, hard work, humor, trust, kindness. Jose has all of these and more. When he initially got the job offer, he drove without stopping from San Diego here to DC. Just a first sign of the intensity of his commitment to this work. I've watched him grow from being a right out of college 22-year-old to someone whose advice and counsel on a daily basis are key to me and how I do my job. He is often the first person I see in the morning and the last person I see at night. And he is incredibly humble and would never take credit for all the contributions he's made to my team and my office, which is why I thought it was important to get it on the record so that in the future he could not deny that he was well-regarded, well-respected, and made a significant impact. It's hard to capture everything Jose does for our team. He's someone who always has the answers to pressing questions, whether from me, from the scheduling team, or from interns. He remembers who I was in a meeting with 3 years ago. He remembers the details of all sorts of memos. He remembers the details of my life, what church I grew up in, what neighborhood I grew up in. He has now mentored more than 70 interns in my office. And I'm very proud of our intern program because it's where I hire from. I began here as an intern for Senator Bill Roth and for Senator Joe Biden. And knowing that Jose has taken intense care of every intern, their interview and selection, their placement, and making sure they have the chance to genuinely contribute means a lot to Annie and me. From one of our former interns, they said in a role where Jose had to be everywhere and do everything, he still spent the time to get to know each of us and make sure our internship was special. And he's been so good at it that they then come and work for us full-time in our office. From one of his colleagues in my office here in Washington, in any crisis, you know you can call Jose and he'll just take care of it. Not only will he take care of it, but you know you have a friend through all of it. Jose, you've served with selflessness, kindness, dedication, even joy. You're someone who's willing to put in the hard work, to work 14, 16, 18 hours a day. When we're here all night for Vote-A-Rama, he's the one who's with me at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. He takes the time to get up early, get that extra cup of coffee, get in to talk to the interns early, get them donuts, be generous with his time and advice, and make our office a great place to be. The most important accolade, of course, comes not from me, but from my wife, Annie, who literally said Jose is one of the most thoughtful and kind people we know. I know he will be an inspiration to his 11-month-old niece, Valentina. I know that his parents, Jose and Maricela, who are so proud of him, they need to know that you raised a remarkable young man. I know they will be thrilled to have him back in California as he returns to attend Stanford Law School this fall. I believe there is nothing this promising young man cannot do. He has demonstrated remarkable wisdom and talent, insight into politics, and I am confident his future is bright, and we will someday see him back here. The next chapter of his life includes becoming a lawyer and using the skills and the talent of a lawyer to change lives, to help those whom the law does not protect, and to advocate for justice at a time when that is really at risk in our nation. Jose, the office will simply not be the same without you, but you leave us better. We all will carry a piece of your heart, your humor, your kindness, and your insight. And you won't be free of us either, because you are a friend and a member of our family for life. You are the best of what DC should be, someone here truly to do good and to make a difference. And I hope you know that you have. With that, thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Who's up next? What is he doing? I recognize the senator from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I begin my remarks today, I must say that with a heavy heart, I'm grieving today for Town Marshal Brad Fisher, a 25-year law enforcement veteran who was tragically killed today in the line of duty in Indiana. Marshal Fisher was assisting other officers in stopping a fleeing suspect when the suspect hit Marshal Fisher and ultimately killed him. I'm praying for Marshal Fisher, for his family, everyone in the town of Lynn, Indiana, and Randolph County. What a devastating loss, tragic loss. May he rest in peace, and may we always remember the sacrifice that all of our men and women in law enforcement make when they keep us safe. And I just want to take a minute and, Mr. President, and remember him. Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that the next portion of my speech be entered separately into the congressional record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, President Trump recently confirmed what many of us already knew, that foreign adversaries like China are working daily to interfere in our elections and our democratic society. China especially seeks America's decline in hopes that they can establish a world order that runs through the Chinese Communist Party. And we must do everything possible that we can to stop them from doing that. Historically, when countries have held that kind of ambition, they have started big, catastrophic wars. It should come as no surprise that the People's Liberation Army is undertaking the largest peacetime military buildup in human history. That's why it's incumbent upon this body to fully fund our military, including President Trump's $1.5 trillion defense budget request that he's made of this body, so that we can deter exactly that kind of conflict. It's outrageous, Mr. President, that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, the Democrats, are holding up this bipartisan NDAA and budget request to fund our military when our military desperately needs our support. Yet, even if we successfully deter a hot conflict, we could still lose in other ways. That's because every day the CCP is waging economic and political warfare against us. The CCP is trying to nurture dependency, exploit our divisions, cause us to question the justness of our cause, and erode our democracy. Mr. President, this political warfare campaign is not confined to the shadows. In many cases, it operates out in the open. Just take a look at Neville Roy Singham. Singham is a 72-year-old American tech mogul who sold his company and immediately fled to China. From his Shanghai office, which he shares with a CCP propaganda outlet, whose avowed mission, by the way, is, quote, to tell China's story well, Singham began funding a complex network of left-wing NGOs and nonprofits that advance the interests of the Chinese Communist Party. Take a look at some of the radical organizations on this chart that he supports through the billions of dollars that he made selling his tech company to a Chinese Communist Party business. This is all a matter of public record. Even the New York Times has marveled at the hundreds of millions of dollars that Singham-linked groups have funneled to radical nonprofits that, quote, mix progressive advocacy with Chinese government talking points. Take one example, Mr. President, that you and I know well, Code Pink. You know, the radical organization that chases many of us around the hallway, around this building and our office buildings. You see, Code Pink used to condemn CCP human rights abuses. But after Singham started lavishly funding the group, and then, by the way, he married its co-founder, Code Pink stopped criticizing the Chinese government and started defending it. In fact, in recent years, Code Pink has even provided cover for the CCP's shocking genocide in Xinjiang. Meanwhile, a newer Singham nonprofit called No Cold War is entirely dedicated to advocacy designed to ensure America is defenseless against the CCP's economic, military, and political warfare. But the Singham network is not limited to China-specific advocacy. Singham groups advance a wide variety of causes that are united only by their hatred of America, our allies, and the rule of law. From anti-ICE boycotts, violence against law enforcement, rioting, obstruction, and support for Hamas's attempted genocide of Jews in Israel, Singham groups and their members advance division, chaos, and hatred. All of this advances CCP interest and poisons our society. Thankfully, under President Trump's leadership, the Department of Justice is now investigating this and whether Singham has been fueling this lawlessness in violation of U.S. law. It's been a long time coming. At the same time, the State Department under Secretary Rubio is leading from the front in identifying left-wing violence and building an international coalition to confront it. It should come as no surprise that as the CCP seeks to interfere in our society, it also seeks to interfere in our elections. As President Trump disclosed before the American people in a primetime address earlier this month, China perpetrated the largest known compromise of U.S. voter information in history, stealing the personal data of over 220 million Americans in the 2020 election. The president also exposed ongoing vulnerabilities when it comes to America's elections, and thank God he did that. As one newly declassified intelligence assessment found, quote, "We judge that U.S. adversaries, including at a minimum Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea, as well as non-state groups, have the capability to compromise U.S. election infrastructure," end quote. Mr. President, our adversaries are actively coming for our elections. And if that is not enough to sound the alarm, what you just heard from President Trump in his primetime press conference and what I just shared with you, I don't know what else is. All Americans, especially my colleagues in this body, should be outraged by this vulnerability. We know that our adversaries, like the CCP, seek to do us harm, and yet we stand by and often do nothing about it. Our inaction has no excuse. We need to safeguard our democracy, and we need to do it right now. If this chamber does anything at all this year, it must ensure that American elections are for Americans only, now and always. That's precisely why we've got to pass the Save America Act. And we have to pass it now, ASAP. In the face of the CCP's coordinated campaign, We need more election integrity, not less. We need to ensure that all votes in American elections come from Americans, not illegal aliens or foreign manipulation. And by the way, it's not only because of our international adversaries that we need to pass the Save America Act. Just last week, Mr. President, a huge story hardly got any notice in the mainstream media. But the new Democrat governor of New Jersey, a former colleague of mine in the House, she announced that 6,600 non-citizens were, quote, accidentally added to the New Jersey voter rolls. That's a hell of an accident. But not only that, she also told us that nearly 400 of those voters who were accidentally placed on their voter rolls actually voted in the last two elections in New Jersey. Some of my colleagues keep saying that stories like this are a figment of our imagination. It doesn't really happen. Illegals don't vote in American elections. Mr. President, the Democrat governor of New Jersey just told us it did happen. They keep saying that these stories are just, I suppose, accidents or software glitches is what the governor called it. The fact of the matter is that these stories keep happening, and we need to do everything that we can to put an end to it. It destroys trust in our elections when Americans read about stories like that. Mr. President, if we have to cancel the August recess to pass the Save America Act, so be it. Let's do it. Protecting our elections from fraud and international interference is a lot more important to me than vacation time. Our adversaries, like the Chinese Communist Party, will stop at nothing to distract, divide, disrupt, and destroy America. Their campaign is not confined to election days. Election day is our last line of defense. Americans must always be free to reject the CCP and its values while choosing a path that embraces the timeless truths that have always been at America's core. The day that the CCP chooses the outcome of our elections will be the day that it won. And by then, it will be way too late to correct course and pass a common-sense bill like the Save America Act. We cannot wait for that day. I urge all of my colleagues to wake up. It's time to pass the Save America Act to save our elections, protect our country, save America. It's fundamentally important. With that, Mr. President, I yield back.
Recognize the senator from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to what Americans all over this country are deeply feeling at this moment. America is not a nation that prefers war, but we're being led by an administration that is foolishly choosing war to solve problems that could best be solved by other means, or, more troublingly, it is choosing to wage war to distract public attention from larger problems of its own making. This pattern of foolishly choosing war, whatever the legality and whatever the price, is sacrificing the lives of American troops, killing innocent civilians, stressing our nation's budget, imposing devastating costs on American families and businesses, dividing us from our allies, and shredding our reputation as a stabilizing force in the world. The chaos and damage from these wars is mounting even as the president contemplates more military misadventures in Cuba, Mali, and who knows where else. Our constituents know that Congress is the only institution with the constitutional power to stop unnecessary war, and they are begging us to do so. President Trump has launched 3 wars that are currently underway. He has not sought the approval of Congress for any of them. The wars are all therefore illegal. But in addition to the illegality that naturally flows from a president starting war without a congressional authorization, each war is also burdened by numerous other legal, moral, and strategic weaknesses. The first war is Operation Southern Spear, a campaign that began nearly a year ago to use the U.S. military to strike boats in international waters near South America. To date, more than 65 separate strikes have killed more than 250 people on boats chosen as targets by our military. The operation has been repeatedly justified by the Pentagon as attacks on narco-traffickers. But the evidence suggests that many innocent civilians, unarmed non-combatants who are not transporting narcotics, are being murdered in these strikes. Even while reporting confirms that this bloodshed is not accomplishing its stated purpose of decreasing the amount of drugs coming into the United States. Now, the administration has worked exceptionally hard to maintain all aspects of Operation Southern Spear as secret, as classified. Because it is all classified, I am severely limited in what I can say about it. The president created a secret list of what he calls designated terrorist organizations last July as subjects for military attack. There is no law giving the president such a power to create such an attack list. I have reviewed the list, but because it's classified, I'm not able to describe it here. And as a result of the fact that the list has never been made public, those marked by the president for execution have never been notified that the U.S. has placed a target on them. The Office of Legal Counsel at the Department of Justice produced a legal memo last September to justify boat strikes against narco-traffickers in very specific circumstances. The memo also carefully described prohibited activity that could not be legally justified. I've read that legal memo, but it remains classified, so I cannot discuss its contents. In October, the Pentagon issued an implementation order to carry out the president's directive in accordance with the OLC legal opinion and limitations. That exord contains the targeting criteria that are to be used in choosing which boats to attack. I've reviewed the exord, but it has remained classified, so I cannot describe its contents. Each of the attacks is accompanied by a file describing the strike. I've reviewed the files of nearly 50 of the strikes and will soon complete review of the remaining. Those files remain classified, so I cannot describe their contents. So why is the administration maintaining the classification of all of this Southern Spear information? The justification, the legal rationale, the target list, the targeting criteria, the strike files describing each attack. Why the secrecy? It's obvious why the administration wants all this cloaked with secrecy. The president and the Pentagon don't want the American public to see what is being done in our name and with our tax dollars. They're trying to hide from the public, and even from this body, the flimsiness of their legal case and the exorbitant cost and ineffectiveness of the operation. For example, the Pentagon is glad to show edited videos of an exploding boat to pat itself on the back about its lethality toward narco-traffickers. They proudly did so on social media and all over mainstream media following the first fatal strike of a boat last September 2nd. But months after the administration produced this PR video of the fatal strike, it was revealed that the full video, the unedited video, also showed struggling survivors clinging to the boat's wreckage and seeking to be rescued. In violation of U.S. and international law, the U.S. returned to the site in open international waters and killed the survivors. I've seen the video, many of my colleagues have, and it's horrifying. The administration refuses to release it. Now remember that at the time of that strike, September 2, 2025, the existence of Southern Spear hadn't even been announced. Those struggling for their lives, clinging to shipwreck wreckage, had not even been informed that they might be targeted. The U.S. killed them anyway, and then selectively edited the video so that the American public would only see the flashy initial boat explosion, but not see the cowardly and cold-blooded murder of desperate shipwrecked people that took place later. And you know, that's not even the most shocking thing about Southern Spear. The most shocking thing is that the administration has been lying to the American public about whether the campaign is even against narco-trafficking. Well, I'm not allowed to discuss the contents of the legal opinion, and I'm not allowed to discuss the Exord's targeting criteria. I can say this. In reviewing the targeting criteria and trying to match it up with the legal opinion, I was immediately struck by what was missing. So I'm not going to describe the contents of either, but I was immediately struck by what was missing from the targeting criteria. It's hard to believe this, but the targeting criteria used by the U.S. military to strike boats and kill people on open waters contain no requirement that there be any evidence that there are narcotics on board. No requirement that there be any evidence that there are narcotics on board, nor is there any requirement that the sailors on any of these boats be armed. Now, these criteria could have been included by the Pentagon in the targeting criteria that they chose, but they intentionally chose not to include the presence of narcotics or the presence of arms. Why not restrict U.S. military attacks on boats to those we know to be carrying narcotics? How could it be legally justifiable for the U.S. military to strike boats and kill those aboard with no evidence that the boats contain narcotics or arms? How could this be deemed self-defense, which is the requirement for the president to use lethal force without a congressional authorization? I ask these questions as a proud member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. I ask these questions as the proud father of a United States Marine. How could it be legally justifiable for the United States military to attack boats without evidence of narcotics and without evidence that those on board to be killed are armed? Many of those killed in Operation Southern Spear, unarmed individuals not transporting narcotics, are not combat casualties. They're murder victims. Public reporting conclusively shows that some of those murdered have been humble fishermen whose families saw them leave for an honest day's work and then never come home. President Trump's second illegal war is Operation Absolute Resolve, the U.S. military invasion of Venezuela to topple the regime of dictator Nicolas Maduro. I have long in this body, as the lead Democrat on the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, supported all kinds of policies to sanction and punish and isolate the dictatorial Maduro regime. But using the U.S. military to invade a sovereign nation without congressional approval and without any explanation or strategy for what might come next is another matter entirely. The world follows the example of this country. And if invading another nation's sovereign territory to kidnap its president and topple its government is acceptable for the United States, we lose our standing to criticize dictators around the world who might decide to do the same thing. In fact, who are currently doing the same thing. The actual military invasion of Venezuela was at least brief, and I think all recognize that the United States military performed in a very exemplary fashion in carrying out the mission they were ordered to perform. But its aftermath has been highly problematic. The United States is now using the American military to control the Venezuelan economy and government, and thus contributing to the oppression and subjugation of the Venezuelan people. Even though Venezuelans chose overwhelmingly to reject the Maduro regime in a 2024 presidential election in favor of the political opposition headed by the recent Nobel laureate Maria Corina Machado and the duly elected president Edmundo Gonzalez, the U.S. has, following the invasion, thrown its support behind the Maduro regime by propping up his vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, as the country's leader. The U.S. just announced a potential process toward finding elections and democracy in Venezuela, and guess who's leading it? Vice President Rodriguez's brother, part of the Maduro regime that was and remains oppressive toward Venezuelan people. Public reporting suggests that the administration has deliberately made it difficult for Maria Corina Machado, who just won the Nobel Prize 7 months ago for her advocacy for Venezuelans, and for Edmundo Gonzalez, the duly elected president of the country. The United States has made it hard for them to return home to Venezuela, even in the aftermath of a horrible earthquake that has killed and injured thousands and thousands of their countrymen and women. Why is this administration choosing to support the Maduro-Rodriguez dictatorship and impede authentic leaders who offer a new chapter for the Venezuelan people? The Venezuelan people deserve a government by, of, and for Venezuelans. Maintaining Maduro's cronies in place and allowing them to continue the oppression of the Venezuelan people, primarily to benefit well-connected energy companies, is not a legitimate use of American military power. Rodriguez and the remnants of the Maduro regime are moving aggressively to consolidate the hold on power that the overwhelming majority of Venezuelans want to dislodge. Like despots around the world, they've learned how to humor the administration in the short run and buy its affection, and then hopefully wait until we get distracted and move our attention elsewhere. And it's Venezuelans who are suffering, especially in the aftermath of the earthquake, as they watch the government of the Maduro Vice President Rodriguez not be able to effectively provide services to those who are in need of disaster relief. Finally, America has spilled much blood and treasure during President Trump's foolish war against Iran. On February 27, we were not at war, and the Straits of Hormuz were open, and the price of gas and other key commodities were as normal as things can be in 2026. But President Trump, without a clear plan, a coherent rationale, the participation of allies, the approval of Congress, or the support of the American public, launched Operation Epic Fury. The president ignored his own promise to avoid more war in the Middle East. He fulfilled a sad prophecy many of us made during his first term when he tore up a diplomatic deal that was working to control Iran's nuclear program. Those who make diplomacy impossible make war inevitable. Now, 5 months later, the folly of this illegal war has been made plain to all. 18 U.S. troops have been killed, and the president, it has recently been revealed, and the Pentagon are disrespectfully reclassifying some of those deaths as not related to the war, so the president can downplay the true impact it has on service members. Hundreds of our troops have been injured, although the Pentagon is trying to downplay those numbers as well. Thousands of innocent Iranian civilians have died, including children, school children, killed when the U.S. bombed a school in the opening days of the war. The cost of the war to the American taxpayer has ballooned into tens of billions of dollars, and the Pentagon is now seeking an astronomical extra increase in last year's record defense budget to pay the costs of this war, which have all been self-imposed costs. American families are paying more for gasoline. American farmers are paying more for fertilizer and diesel. American businesses are paying more for goods and materials that normally flow through the Straits of Hormuz. And in recent days, a new challenge has emerged, one that the administration should easily have anticipated. The Houthis, who are together allied with Iran and are strategically positioned in Yemen, have started to cut off transit through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, in addition to the closures in the Straits of Hormuz. This is one of the world's major commercial routes and threatens even more inflation that will punish American consumers. The endless rounds of start-stop and the frequent presidential proclamations of victory or ceasefire, then interrupted by new rounds of back-and-forth attacks in the region, have produced a profound uncertainty that is endangering economic prospects in all corners of the earth. Now, these three foolish and illegal wars, Southern Spear, Absolute Resolve, Epic Fury, are largely rejected by the American public. Our voters want us to make their lives better, not waste their money in pointless military engagements far from home. Especially with regard to Trump's war with Iran, haven't we learned something from 20-plus years of war in the Middle East? The global war on terror cost the United States more than 14,000 lives, led to more than 65,000 American casualties, and skyrocketed costs into the trillions of taxpayer dollars that should have been spent on education and infrastructure and healthcare investments at home. Americans want a president, but more than that, Americans want a government that will spend our dollars here to make energy, healthcare, childcare, and other necessities like groceries more affordable. The president has already punished us enough with his chaotic tariff taxes. Doubling down on illegal wars just make things so much harder for everyday people. So what can we do? What can we do? Knowing that the president is likely to plow forward on this failed and destructive policy, Congress has to finally stand up. The Iran war is triply illegal. First, it's unconstitutional because the president launched it without the congressional approval required by Article 1 of the Constitution. Second, the war violates the War Powers Act of 1973. This act allows a president to initiate military action in very specific circumstances. If there's a declaration of war by Congress, which there hasn't been, if there's an authorization for use of military force passed by Congress, which there hasn't been, or in the case of a national emergency created by an attack upon the United States. None of those conditions were met prior to the president launching this war. But even if one were to assume that one of those conditions had been met, the War Powers Act requires that any military activity started by the president without Congress has to hit a hard stop at 60 days, unless Congress affirmatively votes to continue it. We're well past the 60-day point. We're now past the 5-month point with no congressional authorization, and yet the president continues to send more troops to the region and threaten more attacks as the American public watches more flag-draped caskets come home. And now both houses of Congress, under Republican majorities, have passed legislation requiring the president to remove U.S. troops from hostilities against Iran unless Congress passes a war authorization. The president has not removed troops from hostilities. He's actually sending more into harm's way. The president has not sought a vote on a war authorization because he knows that such a vote would lose in both houses in Congress in dramatic fashion. Instead, he's taken the warmongering all on his own shoulders. President Trump can ignore the law and he can break the law, but he can't change the law. If the president won't abide by the Constitution, by the War Powers Act, or the expressed will of 2 Republican majority houses of Congress, we have one more power. Only Congress can appropriate funds for war or defense operations. As the president and his cabinet are here seeking even more funds to carry out his illegal wars and fighting against any guardrails against his warmongering, Congress has to stand up against him. We have to stand up against illegal wars. We have to stand up for our troops. We have to stand up for our military families. We have to stand up for citizens who want a government focused on making lives better, not waging war far away across the world. And we have to stand up for America, the peacemaker, not America, the war wager. It's telling that at the very moment we're in the middle of these 3 illegal and undeclared wars that are causing huge costs to our troops and families and taxpayers and innocent civilians, the president and the Pentagon are choosing this moment to try to rename the Department of Defense as the Department of War. Of course they are. They want performative war in the worst possible way. They care more about the optics and the trolling Twitter with flashy videos than they do about doing the hard work necessary to keep Americans safe and defend this country. You know, most nations actually had a Department of War during much of their history, and the United States did too. America had a Secretary of War and a War Cabinet for many, many years during the history of this nation. But after World War II, when President Harry Truman, who had seen the bloodshed of war as a military officer in World War I, and they had to make consequential decisions as the commander-in-chief to end World War II, he stepped back and said, you know what? The United States is a great nation. We shouldn't prefer war. We should prefer defense. Let's defend our nation, and let's tell the world we'll do anything necessary to defend our nation. But let's make clear to the rest of the world that the mission of our military is not war, it's defense. And so we changed in 1947 the Secretary of War to the Secretary of Defense, and the Pentagon is the Defense Department, not the War Department. And guess what? It was a great thing that the United States did, and when nations all around the world saw us do it, they did it too. Britain and France. Also, World War II enemies like Germany and Japan. And current adversaries like Russia and China. All other nations followed the diplomatic lead of the United States and said the mission of military should not be war. We don't prefer war. The mission should be vigorous defense. Brazil was actually the last nation to make the switch. They did it about 3 decades ago. And so now in the world, the use of war to describe the mission or the cabinet or the secretariat is virtually unheard of, except the United States wants to bring it back. President Trump and his self-titled Secretary of War want to switch us back so that we instead brag about the fact that we are focused and interested on war. It's a pending matter that's contained within the National Defense Authorizing Act that will be debated on the floor here in the next few months. The Pentagon has even changed their email address to war.gov. This is juvenile and embarrassing, and it would be comical if it weren't so tragic. Is this who the United States of America has become now? War.gov? Is that how we want to be known in our history? Is that how we want to be known to allies and adversaries around the world? As a nation that prefers war to diplomacy, a nation that sends its troops into harm's way for needless wars of choice rather than focus on vigorous defense of our homeland and our way of life? I don't believe that's who this country is after 250 years. And so I'm going to keep challenging the president's illegal and foolish wars at every opportunity and with every tool granted a United States senator. Mindful of Mother Teresa's wisdom, we're not called to be successful, we're called to be faithful. If we focus on being faithful to our history, to our values, to our troops and their families, to our citizens, we're likely to be successful. And in doing so, we can reclaim the role for Congress that our founders envisioned as they embarked upon this 250-year experiment in American democracy. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
I recognize the senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate vote on adoption of the motion to proceed to H.R. 5334 at 6 p.m. today.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Tennessee.
I ask that the vote scheduled for 6 p.m. today on H.R. 5334 be allowed to begin.
Without objection. The question occurs in the motion to proceed. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst,
Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Cornyn, Kramer, Cruz, Fetterman, Husted, Justice, Kane, Kelly, Kennedy, Lujan, Marshall, Marino, Murkowski, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Schatz, Thune, Tillis, and Warner. Mr. Welch voted in the negative. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Armstrong, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye.
Mr. Schumer. Aye. Mr. Risch. Aye. Ms. Collins. Aye. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Mr. Paul. No. Ms. Blunt Rochester. No. Mrs. Fisher. Aye. Mr. Moran. Aye. Mr. Kim. No. Mr. Wyden. No.
Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. You did. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Langford, aye.
Ms. Herrera? No. Mr. Sanders? No. Ms. Warren? No. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Schiff? Aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no.
Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye.
Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Alston-Brooks, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye.
Are you sure? On this vote, the yeas are 84, the nays 12. The motion's agreed to.
President.
What did you? The clerk will report the roll.
Counter number 454, H.R. 5334, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to allow early childhood educators to take the educator expense deduction and for other purposes.
Mr. President,
The majority whip.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the cloture motion on S-Res 817.
Is there objection? Without objection. Okay. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the executive calendar number 6, S-Res 817, an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. I'll keep going. Okay. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on Senate Resolution 817, an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. And that. No. You're on. Right. Mr. Hawley, Mrs. Blackburn. Okay, thank you. I did, thank you. Heinrich, Cantwell. She, Tillis, he, Heinrich, Barrasso. Thank you. Hoppin. Thank you. Mrs. Murray. Thank you. Thank you. Wyden. I got you. Mrs. Moody. Gotcha. Thank you. Holland. Duckworth. Gotcha. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Oh, wait. Yep. Thank you. She did. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Grassley, Hawley, Langford, Moody, Paul, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, and Young. Ms. Lummis? Aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kem, King, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Smith, no. Calendar 454, HR 5334 is pending. Over. Mr. Justice, aye.
Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman. No. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Cotton, aye.
First it was McDonald's.
Mr. Risch, Mr. Risch, aye.
know about dryer balls.
Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Lee, aye.
On this, the yeas are 50, the nays 45. The motion's agreed to. The clerk will report.
Executive Calendar Number 6, Senate Resolution 817, authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
The senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent that privileges of the floor be granted to my second session summer interns, Leif Anderson, Bronwyn Bruni, Lena Hischer, Victoria Bielefeld, Lydia Weiss, Tessa Davis, Ole John Schultz, Mary Cope, Preston Carter, and Soren Getty for the months of July and August of 2026.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I've come to the floor this evening to speak about legislation that I have recently introduced as chairman of the Indian Affairs Committee, alongside my friend, the Vice Chairman, Schatz. And the bill that we have introduced is the Native Children's Commission Implementation Act. Before I get started with explaining our legislation, I want to recognize the tribal leaders, the elders, the youth, the children, the families who flew in last week for a congressional staff briefing to share their perspectives on the bill, the importance of it, but also to help educate members and staff about the importance of the bill. As events turned out, it was unfortunate that I was not here on that day due to a family emergency back home. But I was able to tune in virtually. It was 5:45 in the morning, Alaska time, and I was able to to beam in. And I have to tell you, I can't tell you how proud I was to see the Senate Indian Affairs hearing room. It was packed literally wall to wall, which is it was a reminder to me of how this legislation has captured the attention of so many people who believe Native children deserve every opportunity to thrive. And I was particularly grateful to the tribal leaders, to Native youth, to advocates, to commissioners who traveled from Alaska and across Indian country, all to be there. And I really think that their presence, their stories, their unwavering commitment has really brought this legislation to life. I also want to acknowledge and thank my colleagues, Senator Schatz and Senator Smith, for joining the event and helping to mark this important milestone. Together, they made it clear that this is more than just the introduction of a bill. It is the continuation of a movement that's been built on years of partnership, of perseverance, and on hope. And I want to take a moment to specifically recognize Gloria O'Neill, who chaired the Alice Spotted Bear and Walter Soboleff Commission on Native Children. Gloria and her fellow commissioners devoted years to traveling throughout Indian country. They listened to Native families, and then they brought forward recommendations that are rooted in the voices of the communities themselves. And we owe them a great deal of gratitude for their work. Earlier this year, I joined the Alaska Federation of Natives and Tribal Leaders for a gathering recognizing their work behind this effort. We were upstairs in the Hart building up on the 9th floor, big room filled with Native leaders really from across the country. And I was deeply, deeply honored to be gifted the Mandam name Hotsihe, meaning strong voice. This was gifted to me by Barry Rose Hallam, who is the granddaughter of Alice Spotted Bear. And I was very humbled to receive the name, and I carry it as a reminder of the responsibility that we all share to continue the work that Alice Spotted Bear and so many Native leaders began on behalf of Native children and families. And that responsibility really is at the heart of why this legislation matters so deeply to me. Thousands of bills, we know, are introduced each Congress, and every bill matters to someone, but this one is particularly important to me. And Mr. President, as I look at you and the chair, I'm reminded of your comments at an energy hearing this morning when you spoke with deep passion and love and care for those children that you didn't know, children who had cancer, and all you wanted to do was to be able to help them with a playground, a place to be happy, a place to feel good about being a child. So I know that you can relate when we talk about important work that we do for our children. The story of how the Native Children's Commission began didn't start here in Washington. It began in tribal communities. It began with parents who wanted better opportunities for their children, and with elders who were determined to preserve their languages and their cultures. And it began with such a great story. It began with young people who stood up in front of hundreds of grown-ups, hundreds of adults in a convention in Fairbanks years ago. But they had the courage to tell leaders what they were experiencing, and they asked us to do something about it. That, to me, is really where it begins. So more than anything, this bill is about children. Across Indian country, too many Native children experience challenges that no child should have to face. Some have watched their communities suffer from devastating storms or natural disasters. Some have lost loved ones to violence, to addiction, to suicide. Others have entered foster care, and they've struggled to access health care or behavioral health services. Or perhaps they've carried the weight of the boarding school era, which has caused historical trauma that continues to affect families today after subsequent generations. And those experiences are very real, but they are also not the whole story. If there's one lesson that I learned from traveling across my state and meeting with tribal communities across Indian country, it's that resilience is every bit as real as hardship. Native communities possess extraordinary strengths, and their strengths include strong families, vibrant cultures, enduring languages, and generations of wisdom that is passed from elders to the children. And time again, I've watched grandparents teach language to their grandchildren. I've seen parents work tirelessly to create opportunities for that next generation, and elders reminding young people exactly who they are and where they come from. And that sense of identity and culture is so, so powerful. It gives children confidence. It creates belonging. It fortifies our families. And it reminds us that the future of Native children is built not only by overcoming hardship, but by building upon the remarkable strengths that have sustained Native communities for generations. And that understanding has shaped every part of this legislation, whose path began more than a decade ago. I mentioned the Alaska Federation of Natives Convention. This was back in 2013. And during one of the sessions, again, this is the largest gathering of Native people in our state, a group of young leaders, kids from the village of Tanana, stood up before tribal leaders, community members, and elected officials, and they stood on stage, and they spoke with an honesty and a bravery about what they were seeing in their community. They spoke of violence, they spoke of substance abuse and suicide, but what struck me most was not the hardship that they described, it was the hope that they carried with them. And their message was so simple. It was so clear. It was, listen to us. The children were saying, listen to us, and then do something. And I've not ever forgotten those words. Last summer, I heard from Natasha Singh. She is a leader from the Tanana region, and she shared that the chiefs there continue to meet with young people every year. They ask, what progress have we made? What challenges remain? What more needs to be done? What more do we need to do to listen to you? And that kind of accountability is really remarkable because it reminds us that leadership is not measured by the promises that we make, but whether or not we're willing to answer for them. It also reminded me that if tribal leaders are willing to answer to their children, then Congress should be willing to do the same. So those young people challenged us more than a decade ago, and this new legislation is part of our answer. That conversation that we had in 2013 ultimately led to bipartisan legislation with my friend and former Senator Heidi Heitkamp, and we established the Alice Spotted Bear and Walter Soboleff Commission on Native Children. And the commission had a very straightforward but very important mission, and that was travel throughout Indian country, listen to Native children, listen to the families, to the tribal leaders, to the service providers, the experts, and then come back and tell us here in Congress what is needed to improve outcomes for Native youth. And that's exactly what they did. Over several years, the commissioners visited communities across the country, and they heard some pretty tough stories. They heard some heartbreaking stories, but they also witnessed extraordinary examples of resilience, of innovation, and tribal leadership. And they saw communities creating culturally grounded solutions that were then strengthening families and improving health, supporting children, and really restoring hope. And their work culminated in a report that they called The Way Forward. But that report was never meant to be the end of the conversation. It was only the end of the beginning. And when the commissioners presented their recommendations to our Committee on Indian Affairs, they urged us, they said, please Don't let this work become another report that just sits on the shelf and gathers dust. The families who shared their stories deserved more than that. They deserved action. And so that's when we got to work. So over the last couple of years, we've worked closely with tribal leaders, Native organizations, youth advocates, federal agencies, and members of Congress on both sides of the aisle. And we released draft legislation. We held hearings and roundtables. We invited the criticism. We made changes. We refined provisions, added new ideas, and we remained focused on one goal, and that was honoring what Native communities told us they needed. This bill is stronger because it was built with Native communities, not for them. The Native Children's Commission Implementation Act reflects a simple idea, and that is if we want to improve outcomes for Native children, we cannot look at just one issue at a time. And we know when we're talking about kids, you can't talk about life in separate categories. A child does not experience life in neat, clean, separate categories. Health is connected to education. Education is connected to housing. Behavioral health is connected to family stability. Parents cannot succeed if they can't find childcare. Children can't reach their full potential if they're hungry, if they're dealing with untreated trauma or disconnected from language or culture or identity. So our policies should recognize that reality. And we do that within this legislation. It strengthens access to health care and behavioral health services. It supports Native education and language revitalization. It improves juvenile justice, public safety, housing, nutrition, workforce development, and research. And more importantly, it recognizes that tribal communities are best positioned to lead these efforts because they know their children and their families, and they know them better than anyone else. During a hearing earlier this year on our draft legislation, Joan Johnson of the Fort Belknap Indian community shared a story of a young woman who entered the tribe's Tawahi Wellness Program. And the Tawahi Initiative is a pilot program at BIA that assists tribes in providing holistic services that promote everything from child safety to family stability and tribal self-determination. And Fort Belknap testified that their wellness program has removed the stigma of intervention by meeting families in their homes and helping them access care. To understand the need to make this initiative permanent, Joan shared the story of a young woman who had struggled with addiction and homelessness. And the young mother shared, she said, "Tawahi gave me the nudge that I needed. They guided me to become closer to my Creator and helped me learn who I am." And today, that young woman is sober, she's raising her children, and she's helping build a brighter future for her family. And that transformation doesn't happen because Washington has all the answers. It happened because a tribal community invested in one of its own. And we've learned from that, and we're seeking to codify Tawahi as one important section in our legislation. Councilwoman Johnson also described children who came into the Tawahi program knowing they were Native, but not knowing their language, not knowing their traditions, or even their own family stories. And elders helped connect those young people with their identity. They learned their Native names. They participated in ceremony. And many of those same young people eventually became mentors for the children who followed them. So healing became leadership. One generation began lifting the next. We heard similar stories from Alaska, where the Association of Village Council Presidents redesigned the way that families receive services. So instead of forcing parents in crisis, maybe it's addiction, maybe it's homelessness, but it's hard when you have so many disconnected programs. And so through this initiative, they brought education, employment, childcare, family services all together in one place. And so when you've got a family that's just facing so many big, heavy burdens, that kind of coordination can make all of the difference. And these stories, again, remind us that the best ideas rarely begin in Washington. And while I'm proud to get to this point, which is our bill introduction, it's also a reminder that our work is just beginning. This legislation represents more than a decade of listening, learning, and working alongside tribal leaders, Native organizations, families, and young people. And it reflects the belief that lasting change happens when we listen first and legislate second. So while this is an important step, what matters is that we keep moving forward, because every recommendation in the report, which was translated into this bill, began with a conversation in a tribal community. And Mr. President, I'm going to keep coming back to those young people from Tanana because, as I said, it was more than a decade ago they asked us to listen. And I hope today they can see that we are listening, we're acting. The Native Children's Commission Implementation Act is not about creating yet one more federal program or one more report that's going to sit on a shelf somewhere. It's about strengthening what is already working in Native communities. It's about trusting tribal governments, investing in Native families, and ensuring that every Native child, whether Alaska Native, American Indian, a Native Hawaiian, has the opportunity to grow up healthy, to grow up safe, connected to their culture, and confident in who they are. And that's a goal that should unite all of us. So today I invite my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats alike, to join Senator Schatz and me as co-sponsors of the Native Children's Commission Implementation Act. Let's show that when tribal communities speak, Congress listens. Let's turn the recommendations of the Way Forward report into meaningful action. And let's work together to build a future where every Alaska Native, American Indian, and Native American and Native Hawaiian child has the opportunity to not only overcome challenges, but to become those leaders of the next generation. So, Mr. President, I look forward to working with you and the rest of our colleagues to do just that. And with that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Jerk Nance, Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, I'd like to address the Senate today regarding a bill that's been passed by the House of Representatives known as H.R. 7008. H.R. 7008 performs two badly needed functions to restore faith and integrity in our system of government. Firstly, it bans members of Congress from using their unique access and knowledge to profit through stock market speculation. Secondly, it requires something very simple, a voter ID. You've got to show an ID when you pick up something at will call, if you're there to pick up tickets at the theater, if you're picking up a prescription at the pharmacy, if you're going to the bank, if you're boarding an airplane, if you're doing all kinds of things that are part of Americans' day-to-day experience, where it matters whether you are who you claim to be, you've got to show an ID. We should require nothing less when it comes to the exercise of one of the most fundamental rights that Americans have. That is their right to vote. You see, when someone else votes in your place, they displace your vote. They offset your vote. If they're double voting, if they're voting when they're not allowed to vote because they're not a citizen or otherwise, if they do something foolish and they try to go and vote, they will be caught if they're asked to produce an ID at the balloting place. So this bill accomplishes both of these things. And like I say, both of them would do a lot to restore faith, confidence, and integrity in our system of government. Dealing specifically with the voter ID requirement in this legislation, this is a very straightforward requirement. When you show up to vote, you just have to show an ID, just like you do at the bank, just like you do at the pharmacy, or the doctor's office, or the bank, or when boarding an airplane. And if you vote by mail, then that's easy to accommodate. You just include a simple photocopy of your photo ID. Now, Mr. President, we've gone to great lengths to make sure that everyone's taken care of here, to make sure that there's not a single U.S. citizen who would be disadvantaged or unable to vote if we were to pass this. So for those who, let's say for whatever reason, don't have access to a photocopier, and they want to vote by mail, well, we've taken that into consideration. The bill requires states to provide the public with free access to photocopy machines so that they can make a photocopy of their photo ID and send it in with their mail-in ballot if that's what they're using in their state. Now, Mr. President, it's interesting. Right now, the headquarters of the Democratic Party here in Washington, D.C., displays a sign very prominently. And that sign makes clear that 100% of the visitors to the Democratic Party's headquarters have to show a photo ID when they enter. Now, if they have to do that, and we know they have to do that when attending the Democratic National Convention, to enter the convention hall, much less participate as a voting member of the Democratic National Convention, you have to prove who you are, and you have to show that you have the right to be there and the right to participate. So far be it from us to second-guess the Democratic Party in deciding that people need to prove who they are to enter their convention hall or their party headquarters. We should have voters do the same thing. The Democrats are smart in doing that because, after all, they don't want somebody showing up to their convention. I mean, good heavens, what if a Republican showed up to their Democratic National Convention and tried to skew the results of their convention by pretending to be a Democrat delegate, no less? That wouldn't be fair. So they're absolutely right to require photo ID and to require delegates to present their convention credentials so that they can show that they are who they claim to be and that they have the right to participate at their own convention. Mr. President, Americans at every corner of our country and at every point along the political ideological spectrum in this country agree that this makes sense to do, specifically in the context not just of needing to produce ID where it matters whether you are who you claim to be, but specifically in the context of voter ID, of having to produce identification at the moment you vote, at the place where you vote. 83% of American voters in total support voter ID, and that includes, Mr. President, a whopping 71% of Democrat voters. So this is neither Republican nor Democratic. This is neither liberal nor conservative. This is simply an American issue because we don't want anyone's right to vote to be taken away. We don't want anyone disenfranchised. And that, Mr. President, is exactly what happens when you allow someone who is not who they claim to be, who is not entitled to vote, to show up and cast a vote. And that's wrong. So today we've got a really good opportunity to address these two issues that Americans are deeply concerned about. And I hope we can take advantage of this opportunity. Now, the vote on the House of Representatives side of this bill, like I say, it was just passed recently by the House of Representatives. It was bipartisan. You had Republicans overwhelmingly support it, but you also had a number of House Democrats voting with every House Republican in favor of this bill with the clean voter ID requirement attached. So we're going to be talking about this for a little while tonight, and I just want to encourage my Democrat colleagues on this side of the Capitol, right here in the United States Senate, to follow the lead of the wise Democrats who joined every Republican to vote for this in the House of Representatives. We need to get this done. We should get it done. We have the opportunity to get it done tonight, and we'll be talking more about that in a moment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to commend my colleague, Senator Lee, and my colleagues, Senator Ricketts, Senator Moreno, who are all on the floor to seek unanimous consent to a bill that actually just makes common sense. Senator Lee talked about the different provisions of the bill, but Mr. President, I think one thing that's important to underscore is it just passed the House. These are issues that are on the minds of the American people, and it passed the House in a bipartisan manner, a strong bipartisan manner. So I'm hopeful that we can move that House bill on both of these issues that Senator Lee just talked about in a way tonight and get this bill to the President's desk. As I mentioned, Mr. President, common sense. Senator Lee talked about the insider trading provisions. I think every American would agree that members of Congress should be prohibited, as well as their spouses and children, from purchasing individual stocks while serving in office, particularly given that we have access to different kinds of information. This has been something that I've done a number of years ago, moved stocks into index funds to kind of get rid of this issue from my perspective. Personally, Senator Ricketts has been the lead here in the U.S. Senate on this issue. I'm actually a co-sponsor of his bill that is very much focused on this common sense approach to the issue of insider trading. And then we need to go to the issue of integrity of our election system. As Senator Lee pointed out, it makes sense. It's very, very common sense, Mr. President, simple in many ways, that if you're going to vote, you have to have a valid ID to do that. Now, this bill mandates that requirement, but it has a lot of provisional elements to this bill that accommodate states like mine that are very big, that have a dispersed population. So this bill includes those kind of accommodations, Mr. President. Eligible voters can access a provisional ballot. They can sign an affidavit attesting to their identity and citizenship if they don't have an ID. There are many ways in which this bill accommodates the important element of making sure that American citizens vote in American elections. And I don't think that's some kind of radical idea, Mr. President. I think the vast, vast majority of Americans agree with this. So I want to thank my colleagues for their leadership on this issue, and I'm hopeful that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle will agree with us. And let's pass this bill and send it to the President's desk. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Integrity. Integrity inspires confidence. And the reverse is true. If there's a perception of lack of integrity, it undermines confidence. And Mr. President, we have a problem here in the Congress. 80% of Americans believe that we do not do a good job of separating our financial interests from the insider information that we receive as part of our jobs. And because of this perception of lack of integrity, they don't think we're doing a good job, our approval rating is 15%. Clearly, Americans are not trusting this institution on this issue. But we have an opportunity to course correct, to help restore the integrity and therefore the confidence that Americans have in the U.S. Congress. And that's by passing H.R. 7008. That includes the Stop Insider Trading Act that was introduced in the House and passed, as my colleagues pointed out, with bipartisan support. I introduced the companion bill here in the Senate. What this bill does is says you cannot buy stocks when you get here. Well, why is this important? Because we have disclosure laws right now, but yet we have the problem that 80% of Americans think that we do a bad job of keeping our financial interests and our insider information separate. And indeed, we see people post on social media, for example, the stock trades of the former Speaker of the House. And it's become a legitimate trading strategy, as crazy as it sounds, because it's successful. It makes money. We've had a situation in the past where one of the members of the Intelligence Committee sold about $1.5 million worth of stock right before the stock market tanked because of COVID. Even the perception of using insider information to benefit yourself financially is undermining the confidence. And the same could be said as well for the voter ID. 36 states have voter ID. In my state of Nebraska, when I was governor, we passed it and put it on the ballot. It passed overwhelmingly, 65-35. The Nebraskans wanted to have that voter ID as part of the process of elections to make sure they could trust in the integrity and have confidence. Now, the Insider Trading Act has real teeth to it. It says that you cannot buy stock, and if you own stock already when you come into the Congress, you can only sell it on 7 to 14 days' notice. Why is this important? Well, to make sure that the market and anybody in the country can see that if you are going to sell your stock positions, they can all do it first. They get that information first, so that if you have some sort of insider information, it's not insider anymore because the rest of the world knows. And if you do violate the rules, either you buy stock or you sell stock out of turn without giving the proper notification, significant penalties. A minimum $2,000 fine or 10% of the transaction cost. So, for example, if you sold $1 million worth of stock, that's a $100,000 fine, plus giving up all the profits that go along with it. That has the enforcement and the teeth that require members of this body and members of the House to take notice. This bill would go a long way toward restoring the integrity of this institution, restoring the confidence in this institution. And as was mentioned already, it passed bipartisan in the House. But the President has called on us to pass it, and recently the Vice President, when he was speaking to House Republicans. Let's restore the faith in this institution. Let's make sure people know that we are not using our inside information to financially benefit ourselves. Coming to Washington, D.C. to serve our communities is a privilege. We do it for public service. It is not to be a profit center for people who are coming here. So let's make sure there's no perception possible by passing H.R. 7008. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 7008, which was received from the House. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be reconsidered and made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from California.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, it's a shame that Senate Republicans seem singularly focused on scoring political points instead of passing real policies that can actually make a difference. Because yes, all Americans, Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike, are rightly concerned about insider trading by government officials. But the bill before us cannot address these concerns because, just like as was the case on Monday, that's right, 48 hours ago, we were having the same discussion, the same debate. This measure contains two giant poison pills. First, it exempts the president and the vice president of the United States, for that matter, but it exempts the president from this ban on stock trading. And I can list at least 21,000 reasons why we should not exempt the president from the ban on insider trading. Last year alone, Donald Trump made over 21,000 stock trades, an average of 85 trades per day. 85! Does that sound like somebody that's singularly focused on bringing costs down for hardworking Americans? I don't think so. As I also said on Monday, Donald Trump is clearly the traitor in chief. So you cannot be serious about reining in public official stock trading if you present a bill that gives the biggest stock trader in Washington a free pass. A colleague from Nebraska spoke to the virtues of disclosure and advance notice. While on the surface, that seems very attractive. Let me tell you what's really going on. President Trump's social media company is publicly selling inside information about his market-changing statements before the public sees them to hedge funds and Wall Street for the low price of $100,000 a month. It's all in the open. Inside information from the president himself for $100,000 a month. The average American earns less than that in a year. But the president isn't worried about them. He's focusing on profiting from his office. So it's clear that Republicans in Congress are not actually serious about banning stock trading where it's happening the worst. And they're not about helping working Americans address the higher costs of gas and groceries and housing and health care. So what is it that they do care about? Let's talk about the other big poison pill in this bill, because the title of it seems like it's about insider trading, Stop the Insider Trading Act. But the way it's before us includes the SAVE Act, a bill that we've debated for months and months and months on this floor. Republicans don't have the votes to pass it. A bill that would make it harder for eligible Americans to participate in our democracy. We've debated this bill for months, and it's gone nowhere because the Republican caucus isn't even united on this measure. Because the bill, it's not about voter fraud. The massive voter fraud they claim simply doesn't exist. There's no evidence of massive voter fraud across the country. What the SAVE Act proposal does do is it shows distrust in our system and seeks to cause chaos in an election cycle that's already underway. A midterm election, by the way, where Republicans are afraid of voters holding them accountable for failing to do anything about rising costs and increased corruption, let alone this unauthorized war with Iran. How do we know that? Because the SAVE Act, as written, is far more restrictive than the voter ID laws that exist in the states that already have a voter ID law. The House Republican bill would go further and require a photocopy of your ID in your absentee or mail ballot. Now that violates the fundamental premise of a secret ballot, which is a sacred right. And therefore, it would undermine mail voting itself. As I mentioned on Monday, the Republican governor of Ohio vetoed a similar bill because he saw no benefit in it and that the measure would, quote, be a significant burden on voters. So that's truly the point of the bill, to make it harder for some people to vote. Now, let's get back to the title of the bill, Stop Insider Trading. If we're genuine about doing that, then, Mr. President, there's a bipartisan solution that is available to us today. A bipartisan solution on stock trading. Right, everybody watching at home. There's a bill that's been pending before the Senate for nearly a year. The Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee voted it out on a bipartisan basis. Senator Hawley is the lead sponsor. Senator Moreno is a co-sponsor along with a number of Democrats. S 1498, the Halting Ownership and Non-Ethical Stock Transactions, or otherwise known as the Honest Act. So let's pass that. or at least set up a vote on that measure. And if Republicans aren't willing to do that, then let's sit down, Republicans and Democrats together, to hammer out a real solution and stop with these political games. So therefore, Mr. President, I ask that the senator modify his request to instead proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar item number 294 as 1498, that the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection to the modification?
Mr. President?
Chair recognizes the senator from Ohio.
So I think it's important to clear up a couple things in no particular order. First of all, I did not co-sponsor the Honest Act. I was the co-sponsor of the Pelosi Act, which was a tribute, an honor to the member of the House of Representatives that made grift on this job an absolute masterclass. Your representative from Northern California came here almost 5 decades ago and has managed to build a $300 million net worth. Her Twitter account is one of the most followed accounts, as my colleague from Nebraska pointed out. So I was very proud to sponsor the Pelosi Act. In fact, it's extraordinarily similar to the exact same measure my colleague from Utah, my colleague from Nebraska have proposed, as have you, my colleague from Ohio. So just to clear that up. Now, then the next question was, well, why would you not sponsor a bill called the Honest Act? I mean, my God, how do you be anti-honest? Well, that bill basically bans the ownership of all assets. You can't even own them. So if you have mutual funds, stocks, equities, investments, you have to get rid of all that. So basically, that would be insane. There's no other way to look at that. The Democrats put that in place during a Homeland Security meeting, which went something along like this. We sat down to talk about the Pelosi Act, and they gave us 15 pages of amended documents, said, hey, we're going to vote on this right now. And again, I should have predicted it, honestly, because it was a tribute to Nancy Pelosi, who said, well, you have to vote for the bill before you know what's in it. Of course, Republicans said, we're not going to vote for something we haven't read, because, again, that's insane. But it wasn't as insane as what is actually in that bill. Now, let's go back to what we're really doing here tonight. We could pass this today. Tomorrow, the President of the United States could sign into law a ban on insider trading. This is a 100% zero issue. Sometimes we talk about 80-20 issues. There's not an American citizen, well, it's maybe Paul Pelosi, who would be against this. But all Americans want us to get this done, and it's very common sense. My colleague from Nebraska worked diligently on this. It's a great bill. It says if you own stocks when you get here, you can't buy more, so therefore you can't use the information. And you can't sell stocks without a 7-day notice period, which in effect eliminates any kind of advantage that you would have. Very good bill, applies to all members of Congress. We should be able to get that done. We should be able to ban insider trading without Democrats blocking that vote. And my colleague, I believe, from Nebraska, if you could ask him, Mr. President, I want to be clear, he's asked for a vote at 60. Is that correct, Mr. President?
That's correct.
So that would...
Hold on.
Not on this consent.
Not on this consent.
Okay. So I would ask unanimous consent that we do that this bill... Objective, sorry. Okay. Well, let me just continuing. So let's talk about voter ID really quickly. My colleague from California said that Republicans are not united on voter ID. That's absolutely, positively false. This is really important because you can't make accusations here that are false. My colleague from Ohio, the presiding officer, has put forward the exact in essence, voter ID bill. And it was 53 out of 53 Republicans that voted for that. 53 out of 53. That is 100% of Republicans. If I did that math correctly, I believe that 53 of 53 is 100%. Where he is correct is that Democrats are united in their opposition. There wasn't a single Democrat that voted for a standalone voter ID bill. Tonight, we have the opportunity to do that. Ban insiders trading and get voter ID on the floor. And because my colleagues don't want to do what the American people want them to do, I object.
Objection is heard to the modification. Is there an objection to the original request?
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Nebraska.
What we were just attempting to do was to pass a unanimous consent. That means all 100 senators agree that we can move forward on H.R. 7008, which includes the Stop Insider Trading Act and the voter ID. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, this is about integrity. Integrity inspires confidence. 80% of Americans don't believe we separate our inside information from our financial interests. And therefore, we have a 15% approval rating. It is the lack of confidence in what we're doing about how we're handling this that is creating those low ratings. And so we have an opportunity to be able to address that with the Stop Insider Trading Act and the voter ID to restore that integrity and therefore that confidence. But I certainly understand that if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't wish to do that unanimously, that for whatever reason somebody objects going forward, as my colleague from California has, I offer an alternative that let's schedule a vote. So as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 7008 and vote on the passage of the bill at a 60-vote affirmative threshold. Further, that if the bill is passed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Chair recognizes the senator from California.
Mr. President, before I offer a good faith counterproposal to my colleague from Nebraska, let me just clarify one item, because our colleague from Ohio seemed to be correct, or attempting to correct, I should say, a measure that I was referencing. So to folks watching at home, let me suggest don't take my word for it. Go to congress.gov and look up S 1498. And you will see that indeed Senator Moreno is a co-sponsor. And if you read the measure itself, you will see that it does not ban mutual fund investments. And with that true correction and clarification, Mr. President, let me ask that the senator modify his request to instead, at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar item 254, S 1498, the committee reported substitute amendment be agreed to, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill at a 60-vote affirmative threshold. Further, that if the bill is passed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection to the modification?
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Ohio.
Reserving my right to object, the bill that my colleague from Nebraska, my colleague from Ohio, my colleague from Utah are proposing is a bill that's already passed the House of Representatives. It's got massive bipartisan support. Lots of Democrats voted for that in the House. If we pass it, it can become law. Putting that bill on the floor at 60 is a very low threshold ask. I think the American people deserve to know how each member of this chamber decides to do on banning insider trading and voter ID. The proposal that my colleague from California is putting on the floor is a bill that has neither gone through any committee, where it's been actually read by committee members, It is a bill that has not been presented to the House of Representatives, so they would have to take it up over there. It would, of course, be modified and come back. In other words, it's what I say, it's the DC two-step. You want to be able to have a headline that says, I'm for banning insider trading, knowing nothing will actually happen. Now, maybe you don't think the bill that my colleague from Nebraska worked diligently on is perfect, but it is a massive step in the right direction. This would get us to 99.9% of the way there on banning insider trading. It could happen tomorrow. It could happen tomorrow. And the voter ID law, which virtually all Americans support, could happen tomorrow. So what we're dealing with is one bill that can be signed into law, that's been vetted, that's massive bipartisan support, versus a bill that, quite frankly, the person talking about it wasn't even on that committee, is not 100% sure it was in that bill, doesn't know the history of the bill, because it wasn't a year ago, it was a few months ago. It is a smokescreen, and for that reason, I object.
Objection is heard. Is there an objection to the original request?
Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Utah.
Mr. President, we see a lot of debates around here on a lot of different topics. Too many topics, in my view, given the fact that the federal government is government enterprise with narrow responsibilities. In Federalist 45, James Madison described the powers of the federal government as few and defined, while reserving those to the describing those reserved to the states as numerous and indefinite. We're in charge of national defense, weights and measures, trademarks, copyrights, and patents, regulating trade or commerce between the states with foreign nations and with tribes, bankruptcy laws, intellectual property laws, postal roads, declaring war, granting letters of marque and reprisal, serving as the sole sovereign lawmaking authority for what we now call the District of Columbia, the city where we stand today. That's about it. There are a few other powers, but the lion's share of it can be found somewhere in that list of relatively limited authorities that I just described. We venture sometimes too far afield from those powers, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of things come up. My point in reciting all this is that in all the debates we see, which probably range farther than they should, we see some things that are weighty, some things that are more on the trivial side. Just to cite one random hypothetical, you can, 1 minute you can see something debated and maybe passed on this floor, recognizing, I don't know, National Sofa Care Week or something like that. It goes by sort of with a yawn. Then the next moment, you'll be debating something more weighty, something more significant and more definitely relevant to the U.S. government's powers. Now, under Article 1, Sections 4 and 5, this legislation that we've been discussing this evening, H.R. 7008, it deals with a couple of core powers that Congress has, one of them involving the regulation of behavior and activities on the part of members of Congress, of members of the House and the Senate. In the second instance, you have the regulation of the casting of ballots for federal elections, for federal office, elections for U.S. Senate and U.S. House of Representatives. We certainly have authority to act in both of those two areas. There's not a lot of dispute. In other words, there's a lot of bipartisan consensus over the fact that it's time to restrict stock buying and selling on the part of members of Congress. It is stunning, however, that the voter ID component of H.R. 7008 is at all controversial. Mr. President, this one should be a no-brainer For the American people, it is a no-brainer. Democratic voters, 71% favor voter ID requirements. When you add Republicans, so Democrat voters, Republican voters combined, you take it up to 83, 84%. If you poll Republican voters alone, we're talking in the mid to high 90 percentile range for people who support voter ID requirements. And the reason for this is simple, this is obvious, it's intuitive. Just as we have to prove who we are everywhere else we go, where who you are matters and whether you are who you claim to be can make a big difference. Americans intuitively understand that whatever mild inconvenience might accompany having to provide documentation for who you are, and most of the time that can be done with a simple card, a driver's license, for example, a passport, something like that, something showing who you are that's issued by the government. We've come to accept as a society that that's just sort of the cost of living in our country. That's part of what it takes, because if we didn't do that, the alternative would be bad. You don't want to show up to your bank one day and discover that somebody else impersonating you, falsely claiming to be you, came in and withdrew all of your money. You don't want that. We don't allow people to board aircraft without a photo ID, and the reason is there are all kinds of things that can happen in the sky that are dangerous, and you don't want to make it too easy for somebody claiming to be who they are not, boarding an aircraft, and then carrying out, crimes of one sort or another, acts of terrorism, perhaps. So these are just a couple of examples of the myriad instances in which we have to prove who we are. It's not an undue burden. It's a momentary detour from what we would otherwise be doing. Most of the time, most people, when they show up to vote, already have their wallet with them. And in their wallet, they presumably have a driver's license or another form of government-issued photo ID. So why not require them to show that? We saw tonight my friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from California, contorting himself into a pretzel, trying to explain why it is that we can't pass this bill. And to be clear, his objection, as far as I can tell, didn't relate nearly as much to anything else in the bill other than the voter ID provision. That's the concern. The question is, why is it that when 70% of Democrat voters and 83, 84% of all voters, Democrat and Republican combined, why is it that my Democrat colleagues are so adamantly opposed to this? Why do they care? Why do they want the status quo? I'm always reluctant to speak on someone else's behalf because what they say, number one, I don't have the ability to read minds, but sometimes what they say can give us an indication. Mr. President, we've had Democratic politician after Democratic politician part from their own Democratic voter base, which overwhelmingly supports voter ID, time and time and time again, showing up and saying, oh, we don't want voter ID. Why? Now, they actually say this. We believe that this would shut out a lot of our voters. What? Is that an admission that a lot of their voters aren't who they claim to be? That a lot of their voters perhaps aren't U.S. citizens and aren't eligible to vote? This ought to be concerning to everyone. It ought to be concerning, especially to Democrat voters, especially in states that have elected a Democrat senator who is now opposing any and every sort of voter ID requirement. A few months ago, Mr. President, when we had the Save America Act on the floor for, 10 blessed days, should have been longer, but it was on the floor for about 10 days. During that time, I was on the floor a lot, responding to arguments that they made. And I think I heard every single argument that they made. The overwhelming majority of them, and I mean probably 95+% of the arguments that they made against the Save America Act weren't even against the voter ID provisions of the Save America Act. Overwhelmingly, they were instead about the proof of citizenship issue. In fact, many of them, Democratic senator after Democratic senator, intimated one way or another that they're okay with voter ID requirements. So why are they opposing it? You have to ask yourself that question. In Latin, there's a word for this, cui bono. Who benefits? Who benefits, Mr. President, from people being able to show up and claim to be someone they are not, or from someone showing up who is not entitled to vote because they're not a U.S. citizen? Who benefits from that? I can tell you it's not Republicans. Why? Well, you don't see a single Republican politician making the ridiculous, absurd arguments against voter ID and citizenship verification that these guys are making. Who benefits from illegal voting? Their words seem to suggest that they're benefiting. Mr. President, this issue isn't going away. The Save America Act isn't going away. Voter ID requirement demands are not going away. I will be back day after day, week after week, until this passes. Because the American people deserve to go to bed every night knowing that their government is run by people they themselves elected. Not foreign nationals. They don't want a government that has been chosen with significant foreign influence in our elections. There was a time, Mr. President, when the Democrats in this august chamber, a time not so very long ago indeed, spoke of little else other than their fear of foreign election interference. Mr. President, if we don't face a real challenge as to foreign election interference right now, as long as we are not passing the Save America Act or its key components, it would appear that those who are against this are just fine now with foreign election interference. The American people shouldn't be. Because again, it's not free. When somebody else votes who's not who they claim to be, when somebody else votes claiming to be a citizen and they're not a citizen, it robs hardworking Americans, actual American citizens, of their most sacred, their most fundamental right, their right to vote. No, Mr. President, we can't look the other way. Nor do we, in my view, have any business taking a 6-week recess until such time as we've done everything humanly possible to get these reforms put into law. The American people deserve better than this. Most of them don't have that luxury of doing that. Now, I know it's a time-honored Senate tradition. I know it's a tradition that has its roots back to long before the advent of modern air conditioning, to a time when Washington, D.C., it's typically not the most pleasant weather in Washington, and this chamber, I'm sure, became suffocatingly hot and muggy. So for a long time, we had that August recess. Well, we have air conditioning now. We can handle it. Now it's true. We frequently do take a recess in August. But it's not written in stone anywhere. It's not written in law anywhere that we have to do that. I'd be fine doing that if we had gotten our work done. I'd be fine doing that if we knew how our government was going to be funded past September 30th. Right now, we have no idea. So when the government remains unfunded, and we have no idea how we're going to secure an election system that, quite frankly, is recklessly, criminally insecure, we have no business leaving this chamber for 6 weeks when we have no idea how we're going to take care of any of that. These problems are not going to solve themselves while we're gone. Remember 15 years ago, when I was first sworn in, I was younger then, I had a full head of hair. I was only 39 years old. I was the youngest member of the Senate when I got sworn in. Right after I got sworn in, we were walking around one evening around the Capitol, showing it to my family. My daughter Eliza, my daughter Eliza was 10 years old at the time. She pointed to one of these little doors out in the hallway just outside the Senate chamber. It's a door that's maybe 18 inches tall at the most. I later learned that it was installed when they built this wing of the Capitol in the late 1850s. That was their source of water. They had a pipe in there, and the custodial staff at the time used it to get water so that they could clean the floors. I didn't know that at the time, and as we were walking around, my 10-year-old daughter Eliza asked me, Dad, what's that door for? And, not knowing how to answer, I just said the first thing that came to mind, and I said, well, that's for the house elves. The house elves live in there. Mr. President, of course, there are no house elves here, but sometimes we act as if we're relying on the house elves to not only clean the Capitol, but also clean up the messes we make and that we leave undealt with, unaddressed legislatively while we're gone. The cavalry is not coming. We are the cavalry. The house elves aren't going to show up and do our work for us if we retreat into the sunset for 6 weeks. We have to do this. We had an opportunity tonight to make a meaningful dent in our election security problem. And it is tragic that the Democrats chose not to let this reasonable measure pass into law, a measure that 71% of their voters, 83% of all American voters support. They can't handle it, apparently because they benefit too much when people vote illegally. Shame on them for taking that position, but shame on us if we leave before the job is done. Lastly, Mr. President, far too much gets said around here about, we can't do X, Y, or Z because we don't have 60 votes. I get that. I get that that is said. That cannot become our anthem. That is an absurd suggestion. Now, I know it takes 60 votes to invoke cloture. But, long before there even was a cloture rule, there's only been a cloture rule for 109 years. Before that time, we still had the filibuster, just no cloture. Remember, a cloture vote is just one way of breaking the filibuster. If a supermajority of senators, under the current rules, it's 3/5 or 60 votes in the Senate, 60 senators want to force debate to come to a close, even if some senators want to continue debating, then the Senate can do so. But, Mr. President, that is not the exclusive means by which you can break a filibuster. Other techniques are available, techniques that were available for nearly 150 years before the first cloture rule was even adopted in 1917. If you can't break a filibuster and you don't have 60 votes to bring debate to a close, using cloture, you can put legislation on the floor and you can debate it. And you can require any senator wishing to filibuster to continue to show up and continue to speak to prolong debate. But, Mr. President, the filibuster is about speaking. It's about debate. It is not about perpetually forestalling the passage of legislation until you have 60 votes for it. Passage in this chamber, with rare exceptions not relevant here, is set at a simple majority, at 51 votes. And if the Vice President's with you, you can do it at 50 votes. The Vice President supplies the tie-breaking vote of 51, and then it's passed. We could do that. We should be putting this measure on the Senate floor. We should be debating it for weeks on end, if necessary, cutting into weekends and long scheduled recess time, if necessary, making clear we're going to keep debating it until it passes. And making clear that the minute those filibustering it fail to show up and continue to speak, we will call the question. And we will pass it with a simple majority. We could do that. We should do that. It takes time, yes, but, time's on our side. We've got weeks in which to do this. We should do that. Now, if we don't want to do that, there are other mechanisms available to us. We could continue to attach it to other must-pass vehicles. We could also push something in the form of budget reconciliation. Now, that's a little trickier. You can bypass the need for cloture with budget reconciliation, but it has to be budgetary, and it has to meet a whole bunch of requirements. It has to be budgetary, meaning it brings about changes in mandatory outlays or revenues, and it can't, among other things, have budgetary features that are merely incidental to policy changes. But there are ways we could capture some of the benefits of the Save America Act through reconciliation. Look, my point is just to say there are multiple ways of skinning this cat. I don't care nearly as much which way we skin him. I personally prefer to bring it up on the floor and debate it until it passes. I think that's the cleanest way of doing it, but I'm not a purist on that. I don't insist that it be my way or the highway. I'm just saying we do have to do it. We can't pretend this isn't there. This will not disappear simply because we leave. The cavalry's not coming. We are the cavalry. There are no house elves who will come in and fix our election security problems. So let's get this done, and for the love of all that is sacred and holy, let's not go on a 6-week recess with all of this undone. The American people deserve better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 818, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 818, recognizing the importance of trademarks in the economy and so forth.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to and the preamble be agreed to, that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, that it stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, July 30th, that following the prayer and pledge, the Journal of Proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of Executive Calendar Number 16, S-Res 817, with no amendments or motions in relation to the executive resolution in order. Further, notwithstanding Rule 22, Senator Murray or her designee be authorized to return the Senate to legislative session for the purpose of making a motion to proceed to Calendar Number 533, SJ Res 199. The Senate vote on the motion to proceed at 11:30 a.m. Further, if Senator Gillibrand or her designee shall make a motion to discharge SJ Res 181, while the Senate is in legislative session, the Senate vote on the motion to discharge immediately following disposition of SJ Res 199, and the Senate resume executive session. Further, at 1:45 p.m., the Senate vote on adoption of the resolution. Finally, if S. Res. 817 is adopted, that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the Senate resume legislative session.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.